What up, what up? My name is Brother Legend. What's going on? If you're following us on YouTube, my TikTok is BIGBROLGND. That's where I go live on TikTok. Tap the top right corner of my profile to be notified when I'm going live. Back again, here to have a discussion. What's going on, family? Peace to everybody. I hope everybody's been well. Just getting started. Thanks for joining. Feel free to comment. Today we got questions, so we can grade people today. We can give out grades. What's going on? We're here to spread some Pan-African love and propaganda. Shout out to all the sisters that was here for last night's conversation. That was very interesting. We spoke on patriarchy. It was a very, I feel like it was a healing conversation, to be honest. I feel like a lot of the people that came on stage was able to get some things off their chest. We was able to come to an understanding between black men and black women that were on the panel. It's very good to see, you know what I'm saying, in a space like this where you're more likely to see us, going against each other on these panels. CB is funny. What's going on, Teed Up? Peace, y'all. Yeah, I got a thing where sometimes like my nose gets stuffed up when I'm sleeping and I don't sleep well. And so I woke up this morning and I was still tired. Took a nap, fell back asleep. My wife kept trying to wake me up, but I wasn't listening. So I woke up a little late from my nap. Hello from the UK. What's going on, Mr. Knight? I can't say the first word in your name. Might have an effect on my live. Don't want to do that. But come on in, y'all. Feel free to answer the questions up above me. I appreciate y'all liking, tapping like, sharing the live as always. Let's get up to 2K likes. When we get there, start inviting people to come on up. In the meantime, you can answer any of the questions you see up above me below, and I'll be glad to answer. But yeah, I want to talk about, do BM means black men, so we're asking, do brothers benefit from patriarchy? Is feminism harmful to black unity? And can non-black people be pro-black? You know what I'm saying? There's a big misconception with a lot of people on the definition of pro-blackness. A lot of people of European ancestry tend to feel like there's a line in the conversation where they can't speak too much on black oppression. And that line is usually crossed when we talk about pro-blackness. That's what we don't want you to touch. We want you to just stay on the anti-racist side. We don't want y'all getting into the pro-blackness. Does the patriarchy get absorbed in the black community? That's an interesting question. Does the existing patriarchal structure, it depends on your definition of absorbed. That's an interesting question. Absorbed. Do you mean, does the patriarchy take, I don't know, that's interesting. Like, does the patriarchy form its own, infected, okay. Yeah, absolutely. Patriarchy has affected the black community. Absolutely. Absolutely. If that weren't the case, we wouldn't even have to have this discussion. You know what I'm saying? Oh, somebody answered the questions. Let's see. No. Yes. Hell no. All right, I heard you. Hey, man, shout out to the first A of the day. Nobody benefits from patriarchy. I heard that, sister. I know that's right. And I'm just up here to teach black men that they don't benefit from patriarchy. And you'll be surprised at how much feedback, or how much pushback, rather, I get from sisters when I say that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know so many sisters had internalized and normalized patriarchy until I started doing this live, where I would say brothers don't benefit from patriarchy, and sisters will come up here and say, yes, they do. And it's like, wait, hold on. If that's the case, then that would mean patriarchy benefits the black community in some way. Because you're telling me if black men could just adopt patriarchy, then we would all, I mean, if the black men benefit, I'm sure there's got to be some benefit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just gets backwards. It don't work that way. It don't work that way. We do know there are African traditions, ancient African traditions, where men are told to be leaders of the house. There are patrilineal African traditions as well, customs as well. However, are they patriarchy? Pre-colonization, was it patriarchy? Like, as we know it today, that's where I think it becomes a much more nuanced conversation. I know that there's a Yoruban practice, Yoruba, where they teach that men are supposed to lead the household. However, they do speak about the importance of women. So in that same document, they do speak on the importance of women and how they are to be treated with respect. But it does say a man's job is to lead. I would say I can look at that and understand that leading does not mean in charge all the time. For example, if I'm in a desert and someone comes up to me and says, hey, like, let's say I'm in a desert, I don't know where I'm going. Someone comes up to me and says, would you like to go to the well? Would you like to go get some water? And I don't know where the water's at. This person says, here, come with me, I'll take you. Is that person my boss? Is that person now in charge of me? No, but that person is leading me. The person's job is to lead me. So leadership doesn't always mean authority. So, you know, there's always that. I understand, though, that a lot of brothers and sisters are in our epigenetics. We immediately associate leadership with authority because of the context in which we've adopted patriarchy and, our ancestors' enslavement. There was men that led. So when men are leaders, right, we're going to think back to, to that. So I wouldn't say men leading is inherently a bad thing, but I would say that the right men need to lead. And the men that have adopted, internalized, normalized patriarchy, not the ones that should be leading. And unfortunately, adopting patriarchy is a survival mechanism for black men in society. You're more likely to survive if you assimilate into the current power structure. But we all know who the man is, right? If I say the man is coming, you know who the man is, right? Power. When we say speak truth to the man, who is the man? Is the man a black man? You know what I'm saying? Saying, talking about the man. The man is not a brother. So now, when the man is not around, then the black man can fill his shoes. However, the problem is whenever he does come back around, and you'll notice this even in like corporate offices, police officers, for example. You get pulled over by a black police officer when backup gets there, and it's a powdered donut with a badge on. You'll see that the black police officer, all of a sudden starts to act a little different. You know what I'm saying? Because he knows the man is here now. I got to show off. There's many other ways, but you know what I'm saying? To say that black men benefit from patriarchy would mean that because of the competitive nature of patriarchy and dominance, it would mean that black men would have to have a patriarchy. And although black men assimilate into white patriarchy, there is no black patriarchal. Name a black patriarchal institution. Name a black patriarchal institution. And I think the closest to that answer that I've seen is church. People have said church. And that answer is close. It's close. It was one of the earliest paternal leadership roles of black men in our community. However, you can't say the church is a black patriarchal. Appreciate you, Jen. You can't say the church is a black patriarchal institution because the man that taught these black people to pray to this Jared Leto looking Jesus do not look like a black man. So that is not a patriarchal institution in which we created. That's not even a patriarchal institution in which black men decided to do freely. It was something that was forced on them. But at the same time, if Jesus looks like Jared Leto, what does that say about his father? Because the father of a church, right? The person that's above the pastor, who's above the pastor in a patriarchy? I mean, in a I call it a patriarchy. Who's the pastor in a church? I'm sorry, I'm confusing my words. Who's the leader above the pastor? Who's above the pastor? God, right? It's supposed to be God. God is above the pastor. But God's son looks like Heath Ledger. So if God's son looked like Heath Ledger, what does God look like? A lot of people used to think God looked like the Quaker Oats man. A lot of people think God looks like Zeus. That's because Christianity as we know it was copied from Roman mythology. So basically, there was actually letters sent to the Pope Constantine when he was converting Rome to Christianity, or when he had approved it, where he was saying people were telling him it would be offensive for Romans to pray to a man that didn't look like them. And if you want to learn more about that, I would encourage you to look up the debate of Khalid Muhammad, brother Khalid Muhammad. Those that know, you feel me? Khalid Abdul Muhammad did a debate on what Jesus looks like. I forget the name of that debate. If somebody knows, let me know. Let me know down in the comments. But let me know in the comments if you know. Brother Khalid Abdul Muhammad did a debate. It's on YouTube. You can find it if you just search Khalid Muhammad, Khalid Muhammad, and search Jesus. They debate what Jesus looks like. He debates with I believe it's a lawyer that he's debating with. He calls him a liar. He calls him he goes in on that debate. And one thing about Khalid Muhammad was he knew how to make any topic about our people entertaining. A lot of people don't understand that the African way of teaching is always entertaining. When you go to school, the school systems here in America, in Europe, and worldwide have been influenced by European school systems. You know how you go to class and it's boring? That's Eurocentric. In Africa, class wasn't boring. They found a way to make it exciting. They found a way to make it entertainment. And to this day, that's why even if you go to black church versus an Anglican church, you're going to notice that the preachers are a lot more exciting to listen to. The preachers are able to get the message across with a lot, even if you got a short attention span, not all of them, but a lot of them, preachers, African American preachers are so exciting to watch that they inspired people like James Brown. James Brown's whole style came from watching preachers. Little Richard, that's how exciting it is. Is it actually did influence American pop culture. But yeah, that's right. It's not made for brothers. Even so, systemic racism keeps most of them from achieving. Exactly, that is true. The problem is, I feel like, you know, there can be a patriarchy with different patriarchal norms, but I think we've got too much oppression on black women because of the patriarchy built by white men being co-opted by black men. We got enough work to do. When I speak against patriarchy in a room full of brothers, I get side eye. I get heavy side eye. Understand that when you come in this live, we talking like we in the year 3000, but it's still 2020, and I'm sorry, 2023. See, I'm telling you, man. To me, we are stuck in the past. Like the more and more I learn, more and more I like. And the funny thing is, the more I learn history, the more I realize how we are stuck in the past. We're stuck in an oppressed time. This is an oppressed time for our people. We haven't been liberated yet, and we keep acting like we have been. Because no matter what time period you go to, when you talk to the oppressed people, a lot of them don't want to admit they're oppressed. That's like a thing. So, yeah. It, uh, yeah. So we are still an oppressed people, y'all. And that being the case, it could be disheartening, but at the same time, it's like even brothers and sisters ain't ready to hear a lot of the stuff that I'm going to say on my platform. That's why I'm saying it, because I know I don't just make this my videos, me going live. Shout out to everybody that's been supporting since day one, man. I appreciate y'all. But when I even speak with my wife, because me and my wife have a lot of these conversations before I even come up here, and I'm not doing it just for people today. I'm hoping that this is kind of like a journal for my children in the future. Like, imagine your great grandparent had a TikTok. You would want to look that stuff up. Like, you got to understand, we're first. Like, we're the first generation with this much like video. Like, we're the first. Like, we're the as a millennial, we're the last generation that doesn't have much videos of our childhood. But we're really like the first social media generation. So, it's like, someone named Oprah's Cankles wants to come up here. Can my moderators check that person out, Leisha? I don't know. That's a real trolly type of name, you know what I'm saying? Your name sound like a troll. That's kind of weird that you got a black woman's ankle fat as the name of your TikTok page. It's giving obsession, especially if you're a non-melanated, unbaked individual. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of weird. You know what I'm saying? You're untoasted. It's kind of weird. Anybody can come up, but I'm not gonna let everybody up. You feel me? It's kind of weird. Like, I'm not gonna have this turn into like, I'm not here to argue with people. Look where it says discussion, not debate. This is a discussion, not a debate. I'm not here to even argue with people. I'm hopefully here to teach some people. I'm hopefully here to learn something from someone. Maybe even get a resource to a book or, something like that. But yeah, we ain't doing that. But if anybody wants to come up, answer the questions, we're going to grade y'all from A to F on what your answers to the questions are. Give us a yes, no, whatever you think down in the box, down in the comments. We'll give y'all some grades if you can't come up. Everybody else, feel free to come on up and talk about it. Appreciate the roses, appreciate the gifts. Thank you. Even if you got like, a little rose, little something that you can send it through so the algorithm feels like, y'all are getting value from the live. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? It just shows that, we can get on the For You page, get more people up here. Appreciate y'all. Thank you. Shout out to Jen. Appreciate you, sister. Africa Debunks, what's going on, brother?
How you doing, my bro? I was just checking in with you guys.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we back up here. You want
Sorry, I
to
didn't hear
start us off with what happened?
I didn't hear what you said. You broke up.
Oh, I was saying you want to start us off with answer some questions for us?
Yeah. Do you know what? I was gonna answer the question I was gonna address was the idea that, because I wanted to kind of go into what why we behave the way we behave. And I was thinking, I was just thinking yesterday that I think part of the reason I think many black people have a knee-jerk reaction to pro-blackness, and like I find like the idea that pro-blackness has like rules, is because I think part of it is that so many of us are used to having political identities that don't hold our lifestyles to account. So many people are used to like saying, I'm a liberal, but in their actual life, you're a raging capitalist. Like some people that tell you that they're socialist, but their life is not a socialist life. You get people that will tell you that they're conservative, but their actual personal life is not conservative at all. Like, and you get so many people, and it even goes as far with the religious doctrine is that like it's like people are so used to saying, oh, I'm a Christian and I have the right to say I'm a Christian irrespective of how I live. Like I'm a Muslim, like, and because I identify as a Muslim, you have to respect that irrespective of how I live. And like I think people are so used to saying, hey, I have the right to this political identity irrespective of how I live. And like people are shocked when people say, nah man, the lifestyle has to reflect the pro-blackness, or it's a non-starter. And I think people are so used to like not being held not being held to account, and having the right to have a life that's completely contradictory to the politics that they say they espouse, that like when they run into a wall and people who are pro-black say, nah man, you don't have to be part of us, bro, the lifestyle you live is not pro-black. I think people are shocked because like that's so rare in like in modern political discourse, for people to hold you to account and say, no, if you don't live like this, you're not one of us. Because I
Right.
think, yeah, I think that's a big part of it, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Accountability is lost these days. Nothing is seen as sacred, and pro-blackness takes us back to Ubuntu and thinking outside of even our own self-interest. Capitalism um, rewards sociopathic tendencies, so that means that we think of the individual first as a means to survive capitalism. And yeah, that's facts. A lot of people don't want to be held accountable these days, and accountability has become some sort of taboo. Um, uh, okay, I think you're up here already, Lay Bay. You got to turn your camera on, or you're gonna get dropped. Or turn your mic on. Turn your mic on. I don't know if that's gonna help. Mute and unmute. I'm not sure. You might get dropped because it's spinning. You know, the little TikTok thing. Oh, they're gone. Yeah, the box is great. You can't turn on the camera. I don't know why TikTok is doing this. It's put a real damper on things, on the whole live, to be honest. But yeah, so that's another thing. Like, no one's saying people can't be black and happy, but I think in everyone's mind, they want to be on what they think is the right side of history. Everyone wants to feel like they're continuing Martin's dream, and it's like, why do you have to do that? Why can't you just live your life? No one's saying that, that by you not being pro-black, that we're saying you're against black people. We just saying kindly, we prefer it honestly if you would step out of the way and let us do what we got to do. Can y'all hear me? Am I too far away? I'm trying to make sure. But yeah. What's going on, D? D, are you here? She might have been busy. Okay, appreciate y'all letting me know. Um, yeah, so everybody don't gotta be pro-black. She says, I'm sorry I couldn't live in the world without feminism. Don't care who started. Um,
No, I think sometimes we conflate female advocacy or women's advocacy with feminism. Feminism
mhm,
is a very specific type of women's advocacy that's come out of the West in the last few hundred years. Women's advocacy, which means women advocating for their best interests, is age old, and women's advocacy has existed in like the African cultures that we come from for
right,
thousands of years. And like this, yeah, man, this idea that like, hey man, we never had the right to vote. No, you never had the right to vote in Western countries. Like black women have always been involved in the political process in Africa. Like Africa has had historically had the most female leaders of any continent. Like is the idea that like black African women or black women have been like isolated from power since that's not our history. And I think sometimes it's important to see history from our perspective because a lot of people they look back at history as if they're a white person, so like they put themselves like in the I don't know. It's just like a lot of black feminists. They in black they put themselves almost in like the suffragette movement, but the suffragette movement would have rejected you. Like you have to see
right.
it from your own perspective. You can't see it from the perspective as if you're a white European American because that's not what you are. And I think it's important to understand that like yeah, feminism. Not that feminism doesn't do any good, but feminism is a very specific type of women's advocacy, and there's many other types of women advocacy that exist parallel to feminism that like people don't like. Womanism, for example, womanism exists parallel to feminism because like black women have historically pointed out some of the contradictions of feminism and have created other ideological options. So yeah, I don't think that feminism is the be all and end all. Not that feminism is all bad or all good. I just don't think it's like, yeah, I don't think it's the be all and end all, especially regarding black people and black women.
Absolutely. Yes, he is speaking the truth. Shout out to my brother, man. That's very well said. Yeah, I mean, I would encourage the person that said that to maybe take a deeper look into the goals of feminism. Feminism realized, right? The goals, if they were to be realized, of feminism would just mean that women would be able to participate in an anti-black structure, an anti-black power structure. That's what its goals are: is to gain equal status to white men in a white supremacist dominated world, right? So that's where I question, and I wanted to bring that question up today. What up, Melanated? I see you in here. Appreciate you coming by, sister. That's what I wanted to bring up today too, but I wasn't sure if I felt like it. Last time we had that topic up here, it got spicy. I ain't gonna front, but LGBT political ideology and feminism political ideology contradict pro-blackness at certain junctures, and that's because every pretty much group is going to, every political belief at some point is going to contradict or be antithetical to pro-blackness at some point. The LGBT community and feminism both agree that they want to be included into the power structure, right? Like, they'd rather fight over pronouns and the rights to use pronouns instead of making new ones because they want to be included. They'd rather, fight to be able to, marry instead of coming up with a new form of marriage or you see what I'm saying? So it's always been about them being included into society, inclusion into the status quo that they fight for. So pro-blackness ain't about being included into their status quo. It's about us having the pride in ourselves to create our own status quo, to put ourselves first and to build amongst ourselves. So that's the thing. But yeah, anybody else want to come up, feel free. We up here talking about the topics up above. I think D left us. D, are you still here?
I'm still here. I would
Oh,
have
there
fine.
you go. Okay. All right. I know you might be doing stuff. Appreciate you stopping by though. If you want to come up, you can. It doesn't
I'm gonna
matter. This is
activate the
not.
Holy Spirit. Hold on, let me put them on pause and activate real quick. Hold on. Yeah,
Okay.
y'all go silent. Thank you. Holy Spirit, activate, activate, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Hello, hello, and welcome in. You are in. Hold on, y'all. Let me turn the volume up a little bit. You are in Brother Legends Live. Again, guys, you are in Brother Legends Live. I need you to tap that screen. Tap, tap, tap. Power tap the damn screen. Let's see you do it. Let's make it happen. Tap the screen. Share the live. Share with your friends, your frenemies. Share with your gosh darn enemies. You guys, when y'all have trouble on the panel, go ahead and send the pause. And when we do the best and the most, I need you guys to subscribe. Now tap the screen and share the live. But most importantly, go ahead and subscribe. Subscribe here and on Brother Legends YouTube. YouTube.com. Can we make that happen? Here and on YouTube. Brother Legends Live. Make sure you're gifting your host, you guys. Gift your host. Send him the gifts and the most. Because y'all know y'all come up here and show out and he needs to get paid for it. Also, make sure that you join Discord at b1initiative.org so that you can be great. But at the end of the day, tap the screen, share the live. We should be at 50K by now. Are y'all okay?
Appreciate you, sister. Thank y'all for tapping the screen. Let's get to that 50K goal. The Black Show ended up dropping. I'm not sure what happened. I was about to go to you next. Secular Human, you can come on up if you want to. We don't discriminate on who can participate. We understand that this app is not one that solely is built for Black folks. That's why we kind of guide the conversations the way we do. But yeah, cool. Come on up when you want. And yeah, what does that say is cockeyed? I don't know what that means. I don't know what says. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean. Oh yeah, I heard CB that you can't go live no more. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you agree or disagree. We're just having a discussion. But I mean, we will be able to disagree. You know what I'm saying? Certain things. I mean, we are talking about social systems, But yeah, let me guess what you disagree on. You disagree on the last question. You think that non-black people can be pro-black. Oh, it's cut off? Is that what's going on? Hold on. I didn't know it was cut off. Appreciate the gifts. Thank you, JD. I didn't know it's not cut off on my screen. That's wild that it's cut off on your screen, because on my screen they got so much space. Why do they do this? Why do they do this to us? All right, let me fix this. Thank you for letting me know, because that might be why some people are not coming up here. How do you fix this? How do you fix this? Okay. Can y'all see it now? Can y'all see it? Let me know if y'all can see the questions now. I do like the other screen because I thought it would show the whole background, but if it's not, then it has lost its purpose. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Cool. So yeah, give me some answers down there, yo. Give me some answers. Let me know what you think to some of the questions up above. Yes, no. We're gonna give out some grades. I'm giving out grades. Dun-dun. I can't do it. I'm trying to do the yeah, I'm trying to do that. I gotta get my wife to do it. She knows how to hit notes. Yes, absolutely. Kira, Laura, we know y'all gonna get it right. Hey, Leisha got some healing to do with black men. I don't know. Leisha, we gonna pray. We gonna hope the ancestors guide you. No, yes, no. Yes, that is Jeopardy. That's the Jeopardy theme song. We're just not good. We're not all the way there yet. All right. Appreciate you, Amber, for the gifts. What's going on, Dark Truth? Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me connect my Bluetooth earpieces, and then give me 1 second. Sorry about that.
All right. Yeah, I don't know about you, Leisha. You got to heal from the brothers. I know you. You know what I'm saying. I know you B1, and I know you. You know what I'm saying. I know you got a colorful flag in your bio, but
okay. You say age, race, and pronouns. He,
yeah.
44, black.
All right. And talk to us.
The first one. What do you mean by that? I mean, I kind of get the idea about the second, the second one and the third one, but what about the first one? A little confused about that. And I don't even know what that damn
How are
word
you
means.
confused?
I don't even know what that word means. I'm just being honest.
Oh, you don't know what patriarchy is?
Oh, I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar with it. Like, I'm not
It's
familiar with it too much.
it's a worldwide system of power. If we're talking about patriarchy as in the patriarchy, and patriarchy itself as a noun would just be a system of power where men men hold power and women are largely excluded from it.
Is that due to white supremacy, or is just what is it?
Now, if you're talking about patriarchy, the pronoun, as in the patriarchy, then absolutely yes.
What doesn't everything? Well, I mean, I see it. Everything's due to white supremacy, right? You know, because you
If
have a
you're
whole
talking,
system.
if you're talking, I mean, patriarchy existed before there was even a race called white people, but it wasn't what white patriarchy is. And white patriarchy is the patriarchy that the world adheres to today. So it's way more relevant and way more damaging, to be honest.
So, is it dangerous in white supremacy? Because I don't think nothing's dangerous in that. I mean, I think it's a plague that needs to be controlled.
The way it was explained to me that helped me understand was that white supremacy is the root and it has many tools. Patriarchy and capitalism are two of those tools.
So
And
you're saying capital? Oh, sorry. So you're saying capitalism control because affects the black community? That's what you're saying? Or I'm a little confused with that. Sorry for cutting you off. Just a little confused with that.
you may be the most confused individual I've ever spoken with, but I'm just trying to listen, open up your ears. So white supremacy is the root. You know how a tree has roots, it comes from one source, then it has branches. The branches would be capitalism and patriarchy. There's also democracy and Christianity we could get into, but for now, capitalism and patriarchy. So that being the case, it is part of white supremacy, not the other way around.
But doesn't a certain group of people hold power? Wouldn't it just that's what I'm saying. So it has everything to do with white supremacy, right?
It comes from white supremacy.
Right. So it all stems
So
like
so
when
when
you're
you
talking
so
about the tree.
when you say which is more harmful, the AK-47 or the man that holds it, I'm gonna tell you, well, the man that holds it is technically the man that holds it, but the tool he's using is harmful as well. So it's like I'm trying to tell you, it's a tool. Patriarchy is a tool of white supremacy. Capitalism is a tool used for white supremacy. Democracy is a tool wielded by white supremacy. In today's democracy. Now, patriarchy and democracy did exist on the African continent before they were tools wielded to subjugate people. But they existed in different forms that were much less harmful to society and people in general. Shout out to Amber, appreciate you. So that's what I'm saying is to compare the two when one is a fruit from the same tree is,
I mean, I think I get it. I mean, I think I need to look into it a little bit more. Because it's something I don't understand, because I mean, only thing I know is that the system, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense, but I need to look in a little bit more for myself to kind of study it out.
do you
Do you got
know
any resources maybe I could look at or something? Like, because, I like to read and kind of educate myself. You got any resources that might kind of help out to understand it more?
um, resources to help understand patriarchy? Um, there's a lot of them. I'm trying to think of one that does its own basically definition of patriarchy. I would say I would get started with some bell hooks. Um, uh, yeah, bell hooks. What's that, Africa? Go ahead.
I think maybe some of Sister Crenshaw's work on intersectionalism would probably be quite helpful.
Oh, okay.
Did he say inner? I'm sorry. Did he say I didn't really understand? He said intersexism. That's what he said.
Yeah, some of if you want to get a grasp of the how patriarchy and white supremacy interconnect, Sister Crenshaw's work on intersectionalism will probably be quite helpful.
Intersectionality means that it speaks to oppression based on not only race but also gender. And so that's where it gets deep as well. So bell hooks is a good source for that too. Audre Lorde, um, like these are names you could YouTube and learn if you don't, want to buy a book and wait for it to get in the mail and all that stuff. But
Right. What about
if you want,
Christianity? Does Christianity have a big play in it as well? Because you did talk about Christianity. How would that have a play in it?
Christianity is used as a tool of white supremacy. That's what I was saying.
Okay.
Christianity
Gotcha.
and patriarchy do also intersect. They come together. You know, that's why when I say, you know, that's why most priests you call them father. You know what I'm saying? I haven't met a priest that they call mother.
No, I agree with that. No, okay. No, I don't have any other questions about the other two because I kind of understand, about the black unity and the other two. I was just confused about this one because I've never heard it before, and this is just something new that I need to kind of look up to understand, you know, the whole system of oppression. Like I think they definitely tie in, based off the points that you made. So, because I don't have any pushback on it. I just think this is something. This is more education I need to learn. When it comes to tackling and trying to educate people about white supremacy and how to combat it. So. But no, thanks for
Mhm.
having me up. I like your platform. I think you do a good job. You know, and I definitely got respect for you. So you have a good one, brother.
All right, appreciate you. One love.
What's going on today? People don't want to come
Yeah, that's kind of been the vibe. It's Saturday night. I don't know.
I don't know what's wrong with y'all. Y'all know y'all want to tussle.
I have been coming up here for a year, and the longer I've been up here, the less people have been willing to come up. I feel like I've made somewhat of a name for myself to where people know what the platform is about, and they know if they disagree, they don't want to come up here. Um, I don't know if it's because I back my stuff up with like resources and knowledge and try to teach the people that's listening to where, I don't know what it is. I don't know, because I've seen other
Rude
lives
everything.
where people will come up and argue every day, but I don't really want to argue, to be honest. But
I'm saying I don't feel like you're rude or you cut people off or just kick people for no reason. So that's crazy. But yeah, I get it.
yeah, I mean, when I first started, like my box would be full because people didn't know who I was. They didn't know my, like now, thank God no one has like actually like recognized me. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how much of my videos get watched in my area, but I'll be like, thank God no one, but I do be on this app and I'll just scroll past a live and the thing will come up and say Brother Legend joined and people will just, hey, Brother Legend, hey, and I'll be like, oh snap, like mother, like yeah, people, yeah, I'll be like, people actually, dang, I really kind of made a name online, and that's cool. You know what I'm saying? I never been like that before. Never been like I was a music producer for years, and I always been kind of like I was very reclusive, very reclusive. That's why I love my wife because we both reclusive. Like my life wouldn't work if I was out here trying to date like a Kiki Palmer. You know what I'm saying? If I was out here trying to be with Kiki, I couldn't be that man. And I know he's abusive, and we are. You don't have to tell me. I'm not comparing myself to that guy, but I'm just saying Kiki is willing to be out here with a man. Me, with my like anxiety is set up. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting secondhand anxiety. My woman is walking around wearing nothing but like a stocking, like from head to toe, just see through whole body out. Like, and I'm not with her to like beat somebody up. Like, I know that sounds crazy. Listen, hey, Draco, listen, I'm being honest right now. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's my internalized patriarch, whatever you want to call it. My wife is 5 feet tall. She walk out of here dressed a certain way, and I'm not there to make sure she's straight. I'm not comfortable. And ain't nobody with an American Eurocentric feminist mindset going to tell me that I should be comfortable with her walking outside like that. And my wife, thank God, is not that type of person. And that's why I'm with her. And that's why I'm saying, ain't nothing wrong with women that want to go do that. You want to go do that? This is Babylon. They will let you do that. Y'all go ahead. But don't give it a dude like me. And dudes like me need to stay away from sisters like that, so you don't end up like Keke Palmer, man. That's all I'm saying. Listen, I'm very careful, but I'm telling you right now, I'm not the one. I had 6 sisters. I have 6 sisters. I said had, like they ain't here. I got 6 sisters. So I learned very young you cannot tell a woman what to wear. I'm not one of those brothers that, has all relationships with women have been sexual. That's not me. I learned very young, you ain't gonna tell a woman what you wanna do. They put me in my place many times. So I've learned a lot of those lessons early on in life, and I'm thankful for them. But at the same time, the way my body's set up, nah. I'm not comfortable. Now, I'm not saying if she decided she wanted to do that, I just wouldn't be comfortable. I'm trying to picture it now. I can't even imagine her
That's what I
saying
was
she
going
would
to say.
do that.
A man chooses a particular woman that fits that criteria, because I think that's what's messed up in our generation. Is you have men telling women what they should and shouldn't do when they should be focusing on the group of women that they know they can handle those kind of situations with. Because some men don't mind a woman, like some men prefer their women to be naked out here looking any type of way, which, hey, to each his own, if that's his vibe. But I think the issue becomes a thing where people worry about somebody being insecure or not when someone is telling you their boundaries and what they're attracted to. I'm a person, like, every time I've dated a man who always says, like, damn, I didn't know you was shaped like that. And it's because of the way I dress. But it's always this thing, or even if you go on any of my videos and stuff, I don't show a lot of my body. Y'all can go research on me on any platform. And you can research me years back. I had an idea since I was probably 16 or 17. I never wanted to be judged on my body. So the way you, and I will tell anybody this, you go look me up, Google me. You're not going to find pictures where I show my ass. I got over 6 cameras, backgrounds, backdrop. I got every kind of equipment you could think of where I could be out here going viral just on my own. I have the equipment. I've been doing photography over 10 years. The thing about me is how I see myself. It has nothing to do with how a man perceives me. And I think that's the issue that we have in this generation. Y'all want to show somebody more than y'all want to just tell them. I'm going to tell you, and you're going to see by the way I move who I am. Period. It's not a man being insecure. He's telling you what his boundaries are when he dates a woman. He ain't attracted to a woman that does this because he knows how he feels about it. He's not sugarcoating nothing. You get a man tell you, man, I don't care how you dress. And then next thing you know, he's knocking you upside your head or asking you where you're going because he does genuinely care. You got to value when a person tell you exactly what they can and cannot tolerate. That's respect.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it for me. Cause I would never tell a woman what she can and can't wear, but I would never be with a woman that expresses her sexuality in that way. And I'm reserved in that way as well. I mean, men generally don't dress promiscuously, but I'm also not much of a flirt. You know what I'm saying? Even the way me and my wife got together, it wasn't through flirting and I'm spitting game at her. Like that's not my body. So I understand that some people are like that. Me, I'd rather be friends first, and then I could trust you, and then just move on from there. So that's how I was. That's how I spit game, I guess. Black Swan, what's good, sister?
Hello. The intro real quick. 33, black, and my pronouns are she, her. It's interesting listening to what Dee said and what you were saying about choosing somebody that is right for you. I think that this is for the first question. Do black men benefit from patriarchy? We know they don't benefit from patriarchy, but there are some that will try to align themselves with the patriarchy. And it sets them up for failure because they place themselves into a box that they don't belong in. And they try and go find a woman to get in her box that she should belong in, according to patriarchy. And I think that it doesn't work. It doesn't work for black men. And this is kind of interesting. I don't know if the connection was made yesterday when we were talking. Maybe it was, but when we were talking, when you and Timothy were talking about the way that black men are targeted in society, and how a lot of them either they don't talk about it, And some may not even like, they may not be able to formulate the words to talk about it. Like they know it, but they may not be able to formulate the words to talk about it, or they don't feel like they have a space to talk about it. But I wonder if, well, I just feel like, knowing that that's why patriarchy doesn't work for Black men. You get what I'm saying? That's just why it doesn't work for them. Because they're seen a certain way. Like Black men are seen as a threat. So the white team man is never, the system that's set up to benefit them, where they're at the top, they're never going to allow Black men into that, to step into that type of power. Because, then it could potentially knock them out of power. And they don't want that. That's the last thing that they want.
Sure.
So
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking that maybe I'll do a live now that we talk about it. Maybe I'll do a live on how women dress and all that other stuff, since I do feel like the people that come through regularly, hopefully some of y'all can hop up here and back me up, because it's going to attract a lot of flies. You know what I'm saying? A lot of you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people not going to come up here with a nuanced mindset. They're going to come up here and I know that when I type all these questions, I know what I'm doing. So maybe we can talk about, I'll find a way to word it. I'll ask a question about, how women dress, you know what I'm saying? Like, how should men view that? We do live in a over-sexualized, European societies, back to Greece and Rome, view sex a little bit differently than our ancestors did. Everything is spiritual to an African. That's the thing about spirituality. Religion, church is on Sunday. Spirituality is 24/7. Everything you do. When you eat, that's spiritual. That's a spiritual act. When you shower, that's a spiritual act. When you do your hair, that's a spiritual act. I wake up in the morning, I put oil in my beard. You know what I'm saying? I think of my ancestors that had hair that felt like this. Then they passed it on to me. You know what I'm saying? Like when I wrap my head, everything's a spiritual act. Everything you do. History is spiritual. Knowing your history as an African, having a shrine to your ancestors, that is called sacred history. That's a sacred history that African people participate in. Math is spiritual. Math, the language of the universe. Most of it created by our ancestors. Until the past few hundred years, math was our thing. All right, math. Look up the Yoruba language. Oh my goodness, the 256 characters that are used to code your phones and your computers. This came from Yoruba people. The Egyptians. They had sacred math. So once again, everything an African does is spiritual. So that's the thing. Religion takes you away from that spirituality and tells you, don't pray to your ancestors. Don't acknowledge and pay homage to your ancestors. Pay homage to Jared Leto Jesus. Pay homage to Christian Bale Jesus. That's who you should. That's who No, the ancestor thing is evil. No. And so you don't have to convert to be spiritual, right? That's another thing. So it gets deep. How you dress, how you express your sexuality, is also spiritual, whether society wants to see it that way or not. I feel like there's a time and place where you can get away with different things, of course. And I don't mean in the eyes of others. I mean in how you feel and how you choose to be represented. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason you're never going to see Michelle Obama in a G-string, because the form in which she shows up, she wants to represent herself a certain way. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that is the sole representation of how all women should present themselves, but that is how she has chosen to present herself. And so I like a woman that chooses to present herself a certain way and has understanding that although I wish patriarchy were dismantled, and although I've worked to unpack patriarchy in my daily practices, and it's still a struggle, and that's how I know brothers ain't. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure there's brothers further along than I am, but I know a lot of them ain't. And I, and if you are further along, then come on up here and talk to us. But
Bodies in first, and that's the conversation people don't want to have. Is when we talk
yeah,
about, oh, she can dress however she want to dress, or she can show up, nothing should happen. I completely agree with that. But I think when we talking about how society views you and how men will treat you based on how you dress, that's the conversation people are negating. Because
right,
y'all all know a man will look at you and over sexualize you and treat you some particular way or be disrespectful how you show up. And I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying that there are certain things that come along with how we present ourselves. Like, that's a real reality. I think we don't be honest about this no more. Everybody they want to be politically correct in regards to certain situations that are harmful to us, that put us in dangerous situations. I done definitely been in a situation where my friend got us in a space where a boy looking at her like a snack, and we sitting there about to all fight because he thinks that he's entitled to something because of the way she showed up. So you have to be, it ain't just about how you feel about yourself. It's also about how other people try to think they can treat you because of how you show up.
yeah, like and that's the thing, like in certain spaces, right? Like I go to a courthouse, I know they're gonna look at my locks a certain way. You know what I'm saying? My mother says putting my locks in a ponytail behind my head is a more presentable, professional look. So, and I have noticed I do get a bit of a difference when I do that. But that once again goes back into the validation of others. So, I don't want to get too deep into that, but I'm just saying, we understand that I wish I could be able to wear my locks however the hell I want, whenever the hell I want, do whatever I want to do. But I told y'all in this live, we in the year 3000. Unfortunately, it is 2023. And there's a lot of knuckleheads out here. Black brothers protect black women, and black women, when you can, keep that thing on you. You know what I'm saying? It don't have to be straight up pow pow, but at least have a little zap zap or some spray. You know what I'm saying?
But
Mm-hmm.
I think one point to make is that I think, especially as a man, from the male perspective, I think one of the important things as a man is to like go after women who live lifestyles that you can tolerate as a person. So to understand yourself, to know, you know what, even though I think this looks nice, can I tolerate this in a relationship? Because I think like go after the kind of women you actually want. Like not just desire as in sexually, but like desire like to be in a relationship with. Because like I think that is how you can fall into abusive dynamics as a man, because the process of trying to like, if you have a woman that loves to go out and you knew she loved to go out when you met her, like I think it's bizarre. I think it's bizarre to want to change that about her. Like if you knew she dressed a certain way when you met her, then that's how she dresses. And I think you
Right.
can fall into an abusive dynamic by like trying to force change into like, if that's how she fundamentally expresses herself, like I think like you're at fault. Like if you didn't do the due diligence and think, when like if I'm in a relationship with this person, I can't, you can't be forcing like fundamental changes in their personality. Like you should have found someone who you can actually tolerate to be with. And I think a lot of that, like especially as men, because you a lot of the time we're doing the seeking and finding. I think like you have to bear that in mind. Like you can't just pursue like things that look nice, because like you actually have to tolerate the human being behind the looks.
Because when they choose that woman, a lot of the times they're not thinking about the person. They're thinking about what they look like and how they express themselves, what they think it means, what they think it communicates. And one thing I've noticed after working in Hollywood for a few years, one thing I've noticed is I don't know. I've never said this out loud to y'all, but me and my wife have spoke about it. I don't know how many of y'all know this, but a lot of the Instagram models, look, controversial opinion. All right, this is not from the scholars. This is from me. A lot of the Instagram models, first of all, they're not as bad as they look on Instagram. I'd have met, you name them. I'd have met them at video shoots, at whatever. Like, I'd have met a lot of them. They are not, they just regular people in real life. On Instagram, it be they backside look like a S and a W. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying? Like a S shape. You know what I'm saying? The you know what I'm saying? Everything is like tight and bouncy. You know what I'm saying? Nah. It's in real life they be regular as hell. I ain't gonna cap. And my wife said the same thing. We was like, oh, she regular. It ain't all that. Like Instagram be capping, I'm telling you right now. But anyway, a lot of people I wouldn't even say people, I wouldn't even say women, but a lot of people have been in competition with scammers and sex workers on Instagram in their normal real life, and don't even know it. Like, y'all, some of the sisters are in competition with women that's getting surgeries and posting gym pictures, and a lot of the brothers are in competition with scammers that say they own businesses, and scammers that say they entrepreneurs, and you can just get it. It's out here. You can get it, and they really in competition with scammers driving Bugattis and all the cars and stuff, all the chains and stuff. Y'all are in competition with scammers, and a lot of the sisters. A lot of these girls, when you meet them, it's more than just they OnlyFans. You know what I'm saying? Like some of them they got a fee. You know what I'm saying? So, and I noticed that in Hollywood, my anecdotal experience. I didn't read this in a book. That's been what I noticed in my life. Is 10 years doing it, music. A lot of those Instagram models come to LA. They think they're gonna be famous. They try to get into a video. And I've met a lot of them. So they fine. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of fine people out there, but at the same time, they're not who y'all think they are. And then I come home with the regular people. The sisters, the real people. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that work like regular jobs. Like, they are not all about their image, and but they'll be going to the gym over and over, eating a certain way, trying to look like these women that getting surgeries and invest in their body because they get income from that. So I've noticed that, like, a lot of the ways dressing has been normalized has come from a culture rooted in capitalism, in exchange for women's bodies. Sorske, actually, I'm not going to skip over Black Swan. My bad. Wait, I think Sorske was up next, right?
Yeah,
Um,
I had into what I wanted to.
okay, appreciate you. Sorske, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
I'm 28. I'm she, and I'm Black. How are y'all doing tonight?
Doing well, sister. What's going on?
I just wanted to hop in during that conversation about how we perceive specifically Black women dressing nowadays, provocatively and such, Like, I think it's interesting to think, especially if we think about it in a colonial mindset, because when we look at even African tribes now, a lot of our bodies are not usually as sexualized as they are in the United States and Europe, right? That is a European colonial mindset to sexualize women's bodies, period. You can go to African villages where women walk around topless to this day, feeding their children, not sexualized, right?
Yeah.
Sure, there still is there's still obviously, assault, because there's always going to be some deviance in the world, but it's not usually assault in that sense is not a sexual thing, it's a power thing. And so when I hear this conversation, especially in the Black community, I'm like, damn, white supremacy got us so bad. So bad that like women can't even like dress as how they perceive themselves as sexy without them being like a whore, a slut, or like, HO3 or whatever, right? To the point where they lose respect. How does clothing quantify respect into somebody. You know what I mean? So when that conversation comes up, right, and it's like, bless whoever, however you want to dress. I think seeing how people dress nowadays needs to be more so a personal expression as opposed to like a way of quantifying whether or not that person is worthy of walking around at night. You know? And the sexual assault of women and just the conquering, because when you were talking earlier about how people will be dating, like these men will be dating women and they'll try and change them, or they'll be like, oh, you should dress like this and they don't want you to dress like that. That is oh damn, I keep saying the wrong words, my bad. I'm not new to this. I don't know why I'm messing up. But anyways, it is just again a form of conquering. It's just a form of conquering and like changing. And again, what is that? Where did that come from? You know? So it's like I like whenever those conversations come up, the nuance is missing so much because like just because you think that person looks like a HO3, where did that come from? Right? Because if you read history books, Black women were able to walk around however they wanted until white tea men came, saw them, were like, oh, whoa, sexualized them, put them in zoos. White tea women had to create clothes to literally like emulate the shapes of us. And then now we are being degraded for it by our own people. And I'm like, damn, it really is in every facet of our lives. And how do we stop it?
So are you talking, because this is the thing.
What's up?
I like when people dress and move however they choose. I'm not going to tell you how to show up. But what I will say is this. If we're going to be honest in the conversation of 2023, how you dress or how you show up can get you treated a particular way. So for me, I'm not calling nobody a HOE. I'm going to say,
agree. No, I agree. I agree, Diva. That's what I was saying.
You show up, like that's I call that protection. For me, it's a level of protection because we can sit here and be like, oh, every woman should be able to do whatever she want to do. By all means, yes. But I'm going to be honest. I've been in situations where I've been backed into a corner and I was fully clothed. I had a sweatsuit on. So when we're talking about the dangers of how we show up, or are we talking about just somebody doing a respectability politics, or are we talking about how culturally we have been over-sexualized as a people? Because all three of those
I'm talking about culturally mostly.
Okay,
that's what I'm more trying to analyze, because I do understand we live in we live here in the United States and it's different.
Right, but are we wrapping that all in one? Because that's kind of what you did when you brought in our culture.
I think in a way there is a way to wrap it all in one, but I think the first step is to understand it historically and culturally, and then the rest comes.
In America, in London, gosh damn, even the Caribbeans, like we're living in a different society than we would be. Excuse me, when we're talking about going backwards, like, oh, in Africa, in these tribes where these people are protected, where they have community and there's levels, like that's a completely different like look or aspect of how women are being treated compared to us living in a predominantly YT society. Where
that's exactly what I'm saying, though. That's exactly what was my point.
I'm asking, like, so are we being brainwashed based on white supremacy, or are we literally trying to survive in a society where we're already being overly sexualized? That's what I'm trying to understand.
So I think it depends on who you're talking to.
So Nima, it sounds like you're making the correlation of like where it stems from, like the origin of it. Cause like that wasn't like us having to be clothed and being respected based on how clothed we are is not something that's natural to us culturally before YT supremacy came in and did what it did.
Yeah, exactly.
Like so I think I think she's just making the correlation like where that comes from, because for us, like, well, in Africa that just wasn't how we operated back then, right? Like you would just walk around in your natural environment, but now because we I mean you take on the identity of your oppressor. Right.
I think I think it was both though, Diva. We have to survive and we've also succumbed. Like some of us, so I think more men succumbed to it because again, a lot of Black men want to be a part of the patriarchy, so they will succumb to these aspects of it. And then as women, we have to literally kind of survive because of
That's
it.
what I'm saying. We speak in regards to how the women, because you can put on any outfit you choose to put on, right?
Oh,
And,
1000%.
and you can move however you choose to move in society, which is what any woman is going to do, regardless. But in this conversation, when we're talking about how or what is a threat to you, you can't decide who or what would be a threat based on how you choose to dress. You don't
Not
get
at
to make
all.
the decision. So what I'm saying is, for a lot of people, it's not only a consciousness, like I think Brother Legend used a good example when he talked about his hair and how he shows up to a job. We're not choosing to, quote unquote, the professional dynamic of how I show up. That's already been chosen for us. It's just a way to survive. So I think that no one on this panel particularly is saying Black women should cover up, or Black women should cover their hair, or Black women should do these things. I think that when it comes down to survival, we're doing what we have to do in the ways of surviving. And there are different arenas that you're going to show up differently every time. Whether it be you going to job, whether you're going to pick up your kids from school, whether you're going to the club. Those are three different outfits.
I agree. I was more so just like trying to analyze and bring up where it started. That,
I also
yeah,
would
but
like to
you're
point
right,
out
Diva. I understand
that
what you're saying.
trends with women and dressing, a lot of them do start from S work. Red lipstick at one point was a way a woman would signify that she was a temptress. High heels at one point. I believe, I'm not sure, because I heard a story about fake eyelashes, but I'm not sure if that's
They
true or
were
not.
gum catchers.
Yeah, high heels started with men, but they weren't high heels, they were heels. Stilettos is a different story. But yeah, right. Someone said about eyelashes. I'm not. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say though is that that tradition has continued to today, to where a lot of women get ideas for how they dress and how they want to present themselves off of Instagram. And I'm telling you, not all of them. I'm not speaking in general terms. Hear me out, because I'm just saying, a lot of y'all know damn well a lot of trends start with Fashion Nova and Cardi B, or how some of these people that used to do S work adjacent activities, a lot of that's where a lot of fashion for women comes from. Part of it is because those professions get the attention of men a lot easier, and I always looked at makeup and stuff like that as war paint. But we can talk about it. Let Tia give us a word. Go ahead, Tia.
Can you hear me? So I can have a little bit.
I'm sorry, sister. I didn't hear you.
Can you hear me? It was saying I have a low connection. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't really have too much to say anymore because y'all kind of said it. But I just wanted to bring attention to the fact that like Black women don't have to do anything to be sexualized. Like it doesn't matter what we wear. And I'm saying that in general, but also from personal experience, because I remember that happening to me as early as about 9. I've always had to contend with that. Didn't matter what I had on. I could have been fully dressed, baggy clothes. Didn't matter what I had on. And if you need an example, we see this all the time with the Black women teachers that pop up on social media that end up going viral, that are wearing regular clothes, t-shirt and jeans. And the reason they went viral is because she's been sexualized, because her shape is pronounced. And then becomes this whole conversation around whether or not she dressed professionally enough, and is this appropriate for being whatever age teacher she is, and blah blah blah. But especially when you're shaped a certain type of way, it does not matter what you wear. You could put on a paper bag and that shape is still going to show, and we will always be treated a certain type of way regardless of the type of clothing that we wear. And I
Right.
don't think
But I also don't want to make the common, and I hear this a lot, and you might be the one to talk to about this. The common misconception that that clothing clothing is a language, so what you wear can change how people perceive you. So not saying what you're saying is true. I just want to add the nuance that me as a black man, for example, I'm not sexualized, but I'm deemed a threat. No matter what I wear, I could put on a suit and a tie right now, and a police officer will treat me the same he would anyone else. However, me walking behind someone in the middle of the night in a suit, or maybe showing up to a job interview in a suit versus me wearing a hoodie, like I'm wearing right now, like I'm wearing a black hoodie, I do get perceived as even more of a threat. You know what I'm saying? Like there's still a spectrum to what you're wearing still. It may not change the treatment of everybody, but dressing like Don Lemon can quail some of the effects or some of the stigma behind my blackness. Right or wrong, let me know.
Yeah, and I mean, y'all said that at the top of that part of the conversation. Like, I was listening on my computer because I was editing a video, so I couldn't type in the chat. But I wanted to add this part of the conversation because this is often the part that doesn't get talked about, that it doesn't matter. I can be wearing a G-string. I am going to be sexualized in both. And I've had that experience, again, as early as 9. That's as early as I remember. Doesn't matter what I was wearing. So I think that often gets missed in these conversations. And I'm not saying it doesn't matter what you wear. I think there's a difference between what's right and what's real. So what's right is that it shouldn't matter what somebody wears, especially in terms of like the assumptions that you're going to make about them to a certain extent. But what's real is that for some people, it does matter. I'm just saying that I have not found clothing to protect me from unwanted advances from people. It doesn't. And so I'm not saying y'all are not aware of that, but I would like more people to be aware of that. Clothing has never prevented these type of advances for me. Never.
See, that's the thing. When you say never, so I think we're saying the same thing. But what else was I gonna say? In Africa, we were talking about ancient Africa or pre-colonial Africa earlier. Clothing did convey a message. You could tell what tribe somebody was from by what the pattern in their clothes. Clothing is a language. I think it was Virgil that says that, or something like that. Like what you dress gives off. It tells people how to treat you in a certain way. I understand that I'm going to take this away from just women and what women wear, because I'm not here to police all of that. But I'm just saying, me as a man, as a black man, I can, and that's why I would challenge a lot of brothers to empathize with the sisters, because the same way sisters have to watch to some degree what they wear when they walk out of the house, or think how they're going to be looked at when they wear things when they walk out of the house, brothers have to think about it too. Me getting pulled over in the black. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
So when we have these conversations, right, I know if I go on a job interview, I'm not going to wear a dress that I wear to the club. And so me saying that in regards to, I'm going to go back to what I said. And like I told, like when I said, y'all can Google me. I have been over sexualized as a child that I did not put pictures of my full body. It is rare that you can find pictures of my full body on the internet because of how I was treated as a child. So for me, it was not only a level of protection for me and being conscious of that, but I want you to hear me and see me, my face in my mind, before you even got to know what my body looked like. Because for me, it was like, okay, let's see how far we're going to go with having a conversation, more than it is just, oh, you're sexually attracted to me, or, oh, you like me based on my ass. So for me, it was always that dynamic. But it was also this thing of realizing, like, in certain arenas, first of all, I'm 5'1". And I've always been smaller. So for me, it was always like, I know I can defend myself to an extent. And most of the guys I've dated have been 6 foot plus, and they ain't light. So the men that were normally attracted to me were always bigger. So how I'm showing up and how I'm carrying myself, it does matter. And it matters when I talk to young girls. It always will matter when I talk to young black girls, because Tia's right. Young black girls are always more curvy. And so if you're already having to deal with being over-sexualized, and I'm gonna tell y'all one thing, when YT men try to talk to you, it's just such a disgust. I don't know about nobody else. That shit just turned me off, even, ugh. But it's like, how I show up or how I choose to show up, it does say a lot. And that's not a here nor there, because on what did black people used to do on Sunday? They got in their Sunday's best. We've always been people that showed up for particular occasions. But it's always, for me, when I talk to young girls and how they present themselves, there are boundaries and there are arenas that we are going to enter in that we have to be prepared for. That's just a real reality. I'm not sugarcoating nothing. I'm not going to tell no young girl, go out here in a bikini and these men not going to touch you. They have a whole video. What is that called? Everybody was mad at the 90s. They went to the beach. It was like there's like y'all mamas and aunties finna get exposed.
You talking about Freak Nick?
Freaknik. Everybody was talking about Freaknik. If you pay attention
Freaknik
to how
and Black
over sexualized,
and
man, that yes, it
Yo,
was so
it's crazy.
wild.
It's wild that you mentioned that. That was one of me and my wife's earlier argument. We didn't have an argument. It was the first time where I was telling her something about that, because she never heard of Freaknik. She never heard of it. Never heard of it. My wife lived a very sheltered, wholesome. What?
I was trying to find my cousins on there.
What? Listen, my wife knew nothing about it. And somebody, I worked in the music industry, a rapper that I knew whose girl was not his like girl, but you know what I'm saying? Like, he kind of playing with her, don't really care if she about that life or not. Like some of the brothers, Africa Debunks was talking about earlier, cause just kind of one of them girls that be out here, that's how that's how she rock. And me and Jessica, I was serious about my wife since day one, because I already, I told y'all, like, picking a ripe fruit, like I knew, yeah, but I was just gonna give it time for us to see, for me to make sure. But anyway, someone invited her to a party called Freaknik. It wasn't the Freaknik, but it was a party called Freaknik, and she wanted to go because this person invited her, and she just goes to places when people invite her, and I'm just like, you ain't going. I don't know what to tell you. I was like, you're not going. I'm sorry. It's named Freaknik. I'm like, you ain't going. And then she was trying to go without me too, because I had something I had to do with something, and she knew I wasn't gonna be able to be there, and she was gonna go with my homeboy's girl, and that girl was on demon time. You know what I'm saying? Like she not even really locked in with bro. So I'm like, nah, I don't like, you ain't going to that. I don't. And then when we saw the videos of what was going on at that, she was like, yeah, you right. You got that. I'm like, see, but I didn't stop her from going nowhere else. Do what she want to do, you know what I'm saying? And I can't stop her, you know what I'm saying? Because if she said she wanted to go anyway, what I'm going to do? Like, if I know, I would have looked at her different, because this is the relationship that, I'm taking seriously, and I'm so I would have looked at her different. We might have had to have a sit down talk. I would have told her about how I made me feel uncomfortable. We would have had a conversation. But at the end of the day, she wanted to go. She would have been able to go. It's not like I'm trying to tell her, what she can and can't do as a grown woman. But I had to warn her, the name of that party is Freaknik. And I knew about hip hop culture, so I know Freaknik means. I'm like, we're going to have a problem.
She want to do the Tootsie Roll.
Listen, except I know her, and I know she wouldn't have even been comfortable in that environment. But I do know that if she had went, I know she would have been able to carry herself. One thing about my wife, she has this, she's small, but she got like this, like, people be afraid to even curse around her. Like, she kind of has like this, y'all, some of y'all black women just got this, like, you gonna respect me. Hi. Yeah, presence. Yeah, it's like, I don't know how sisters do it. I never felt this way about no thin-lipped woman. Like, you get around them, they be coming up on my live. They just start cursing like a sailor. But sisters, some of y'all got this energy where it's like, I would feel wrong if I said something incorrect and it's like you better watch yourself. Like, you know what I'm saying? So she got that. So I knew even if she did go, I would have looked at her differently because of, that's not something she normally would do. But would it mean, that I'm gonna judge her and all this other stuff and call her out her name and some of these other brothers be doing? Like, nah, it wasn't. It's not that deep. But anyway, we got some. Go ahead, Tia. Go ahead, talk. What's
I
up?
have these conversations a lot with men as somebody who plays carnival a lot, like Caribbean carnival. So these conversations are always very interesting to me. Because it's always like, oh, well, you ain't never gonna have a man because you out halfway dressed or not dressed and blah 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 blah, and you don't have no protection and blah blah blah. And I just be like, do you ever like think about how some of us were able to navigate through life before we met you? Like, we are not always in relationships. And even when we are in relationships, you're not always with the person that you're in a relationship with. So
Right.
you have to be able to have like, put the dressing aside. You have to have some level of confidence in your spouse's ability to protect themselves. And because how I make it before I met you. Like, and if I was doing these things before I met you, it's not that you can't be concerned, but you should be, have a level of concern for the person that you're with.
Why you keep going out? Come back. Come back to us.
You
Tia.
know what will happen. Things could happen.
I don't think it's his
No, that's facts. That's facts.
You know what, y'all? To what Tia's saying, that's that environment. I wouldn't expect no woman or man in that environment, like for a man to say, you shouldn't be dressed like that. Do y'all not see how them people be dressed at those? Like, that's that environment. That's what I mean by different arenas. I don't care if you found that. Those different arenas are, you show up differently. I wouldn't expect no woman to be in no damn 3-piece suit at the carnival. So any
I
man
don't know
that's
what a
saying that,
carnival is.
that's
What is
kind of
that?
weird.
I don't know. What is the carnival? Is the carnival like?
Beautiful
What is
women
that?
be having their makeup done. They have on like these bathing suits with these huge
Oh, you're talking about
costumes.
carnival. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm
Can you
saying,
hear me now?
we hear you. I'm
But
saying, Tia,
the tradition behind that. See, this is the thing,
yes.
and this is how I look at the club too. Personal opinion, once again. I ain't read this nowhere, but in ancient Rome, they had something called something like what we now know was the club, and it was called an ORGY. You know what I'm saying? So like, I look at the club as like, and I'm sure a lot of men do too. I think it's a societal, maybe even white patriarchal thing, but I don't know how sisters look at it. But the club really just seems, and that's why they want you to be young when you go in there. Like, I think it's really just kind of like a mating ritual. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, even the way, well, I don't know if people grind as much anymore, or I know whining is always going to be a thing in like Caribbean culture, but I'm not sure if that's still a dance that people are doing. But yeah, it's kind of like, it's right. Someone said meet and greet. You wild for how you spelled that, but it is kind of like a mating practice of human. If you look at humanity the same way you look at any other species, it's kind of like a mating practice where you go in there to kind of find a mate. You know what I'm saying? And you want to dress your best. You want to smell good, look good. Hopefully, if the night goes well, you at least get a girl's number. Certain other people try to go all the way to third base. That's kind of wild, but you know what I'm saying, to each his own. Some sisters want to go to third base, you know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, but I'm just saying that's kind of how I looked at it. For that reason, I in my relationships, my woman ain't had no business being in the club without me there. Unless it's like a birthday party or some platonic event. But I'm saying just to go clubbing, to want to just go clubbing, to me in this society, like if clubbing
is
literally
looking for
was
somebody.
what.
You feel like that arena is actually out there like dating or looking for somebody?
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're dating and if you're single and you're doing something and cool, I would say that is an event you might want to participate in. I don't think you're gonna find a hubby in a place where the music is so loud he can't talk to you first, but he has to look at you, and you're dressed in your most possibly your most revealing outfit, and a man is the woman can't really talk to you, but you have to flaunt material things like your big chain on, or you pulled up in a nice ride, like, you know what I'm saying, like you're in a place where you can't talk to each other, so how you going to get to know each other? You know what I'm saying? And right, getting the dancing.
That
Dancing is
used to be a
also,
thing.
yeah,
Listen, you used to
yeah.
go to the club and be like, I hope no whack dudes don't approach me tonight.
You know what I'm
But I used
saying?
to,
So,
I ain't gonna lie, I used to go to the club because I like to dance. I used to love to just go
but
to the
see,
club and
even
dance.
dancing is a
I didn't, no, 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 no.
mating ritual.
I didn't let no dudes dance on me. I can't stand when nobody come up and dance on me. That is a real thing. I do not like that. But now I really don't even like clubs. But if have y'all ever been to a like a Jamaican club, or like just an African club, like an Afro
Yeah,
beats club? That the
yeah.
way they dance in there, like it's not no like what. When I went to Atlanta, I can't remember what the club was called, but when I tell y'all, they was in there doing like group routine stuff. It was so lit. I ain't never seen no stuff like that in my life. But
But
I get what you're saying. Though. I get it.
I would even say dancing is a mating ritual. I would even say dancing is to measure someone's fitness for sex. Like it's a physical activity. Like like if a guy is a good dancer, he's more attractive. It's more attractive when a guy's a good dancer.
I
And
don't like the way.
you know what I'm saying? It's a subconscious
No,
thing.
I would never.
I'm not saying it's at the forefront of your mind, but I'm saying historically, even in our communities, dancing has been a mating practice. It's like, but
Brother,
so,
if Usher was
I'm just
dancing,
saying, if we were to unpack it all the way and deconstruct it, that's
yeah,
kind of what the club
that's
is for.
true. But
So,
Usher to me, if somebody danced like Usher, I'd be like, ugh.
yeah,
But if they had
you
the
know.
right moves,
But
you
you
ever
know what I'm
heard
saying?
that
That's what I'm
song?
saying.
I
If he
don't
got
know.
rhythm, he got rhythm. You know what I'm
Right. If
saying?
you find the right guy with the right moves, then you're gonna be,
Listen
you
to
like
her.
there's a song by Anderson Paak. He's one of my favorite artists. And I think he said the line is, if she can't dance, then she can't. That's the
Yeah,
line, and that's what people are. Some people, not everybody. Some people are paying attention to that.
yeah,
They,
absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. So, I just
They're giving
think
out the
there's
game.
a yeah, I think there's a mating component to the club. And I always felt kind of wild, like just saying that, but yet I feel like we all know this because I mean, do we not know? Then why are you getting dressed up? Why you don't just show up to the club regular, any old outfit that look good? Like why you don't just, I was chilling today. I
You know,
just
you
went to the
can't
club.
show up regular to no black club. You need to step.
That's what I'm saying. You can't. So, but anyway, Elva's been up here. Oh, never mind. L just left. I was about to bring L up. That was interesting. But yeah, we all like to look pretty. Yeah, clubs do have dress codes because they're trying to basically come up with different themes for the mating practice. But at the end of the day, I feel like, yeah, I mean, look at Usher talking about loving this club. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's a thing. And I feel like there's nothing wrong with mating practices. I feel like if there should be a holiday for anything, there should be a holiday for carnival. Like carnival, that's what I'm about to say. Carnival started as a holiday for, hey y'all, it's springtime. Especially in Brazil, carnival gets wild. Okay, carnival gets wild. Okay, they they let it all hang out. You know what I'm saying? They you know what I'm saying? I'm not sure about carnival lately, but there's older videos from like the 2000s in Brazil where they was really, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying. Um all right, Elle is back. Elle, give us your age, race, and
Say
pronouns,
that
please.
for me. Say what? Say what? What was say? Oh shoot.
So I'm L. Y'all, I'm in my late 20s and black. Hershey.
Oh, Tia
Okay.
was born out of slave rebellion. So they're celebrating the crop season.
Oh, that's interesting.
I didn't know what I was. I'm sorry, Tia. I didn't know what I was supposed to respond to. But yeah, Tia
Yeah.
definitely does carnival. It's a whole big event, man. I don't know. When I see the colors, the makeup, the costume, that is just lit.
Wow. Yeah. Um, in a lot of cultures, springtime, what I'm saying, the growing of plants, the green is associated with the color with getting it on. You know what I'm saying? For that reason. Like, you know,
Go ahead.
that's why the Easter Bunny,
Go to
who said
hell.
this? Who did a talk on this? I think it was now I can get to a scholar. Yosef Ben Yakinen, who talked about how the Easter Bunny represents fertility, because bunnies get it on a lot, and then eggs, also represent fertility because springtime is getting it on time. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of our people don't know that the ancestors celebrated sex. So that's something else we can get into. If you ever go to an African music, well, here we have a store in Texas. Me and my wife visited a few times. Well, no, we went once, but we have had a few run-ins with the owner. They have like little events and stuff, but at that spot they have statues where the ancestors made like statues naked, like they doing all kinds of stuff. They even got some that move, that kind of like the man's thing move around, and
Dance and stuff. Yeah.
yeah, you know
You
what
know
I'm
what it is?
saying?
I think that we are have been so over sexualized here that others that's culturally natural, it looks different. It looks extremely
Yeah.
different. Cause it's where is it where they walk around naked? It's a European country, and they talk about how their children are already exposed to like the genitals and everything at a young age. So it's not abnormal, and they have less grape, they have less pedo, and it's something else. And I can't think where it's at. I'm gonna have to go look it up.
I know Japan is one of them. Japan has a whole like penis day where everyone eats penis shaped
Yeah.
candy, and there's a big parade, and they have some of the lowest SA rates. They also have some of the lowest birth rates now because they've adopted European capitalism, and that's capitalism is bad for your birth rate. But by the way, y'all, we could talk about it later, but capitalism and patriarchy both are bad for your birth rate. But
For money.
yeah. What? Oh yeah, nah. So that's the thing, and yeah, Japan. I'm just saying, everybody else has a celebration for that type of thing. Excuse me, and I think we should have a celebration for that too in our community. But so I think Freaknik was us. I think that was our epigenetics coming out. I think that was us trying to have a black version, an African American version of Carnival. I think it was. Um, and I feel like the problem is under the context of white supremacy and our current oppression as a people in this country, it's going to be perverted. It's not going to be the sacred spiritual act. Sex is no longer a spiritual act, but everything an African does is a spiritual act. You know what I'm saying? Everything in African, everything, not just sex, but everything, including sex. And sex used to be more spiritual. There used to be such thing as sacred things. Nothing in America is sacred except the almighty dollar. L, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please? L, are you here? L, are you here? Like, you can't have a sacred, spiritual, sexual ceremony where the music is bumping and grinding to songs that demean black women. You know what I'm saying? You can't invite the gangsters to come out to a sacred sexual celebration. You see what I'm saying? So that's where Freaknik goes left. Is we're taking the context of white patriarchy and black oppression and then trying to add that to it, that's what's going to corrupt it. It's going to corrupt it. So I wish we could go to a time where that's not the case. But like I said, this live is in 3000. This live is in the year 3000. Sadly, it's currently 2023. It's the end of 2023, but L, you here? L with the purple heart.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, what's going on? Give us the age, race, and pronouns. Talk to us.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go again. My name's Elle. Y'all, I'm in my 20s. My pronouns are her, she, and I'm black.
All right, talk to us.
Um,
What's going on?
do black men benefit from the patriarchy in America? Yes. I'm not unfortunately, but I mean, it is what it is. Is feminism harmful to the black community? I'm gonna be honest. I feel like a lot of movements are harmful to the black community because anytime they have their movements, they try to bring up like black things or they try to like push blackness aside to push their movements. I feel like a lot of things are harmful to the black community. And can non-black people be pro-black? No.
All right. I'm gonna push back on that first answer. What made you say yeah? What about patriarchy has been? Well, first I'll ask you this: is patriarchy harmful to black men? Is patriarchy harmful to brothers?
That I can't really answer, to be honest. I just feel like in the aspect of, I wouldn't even say white tea culture, but how they present it to us, yes. Because I feel like men have always had a dominance in the household, but like it wasn't just like the wife was like a lapdog. So it's like I don't know if
You
it's
said men
necessarily
have
harmful.
always. You said
Had
men
like
have
a
always.
dominant, like in the household and society, as far as I can tell, in what I was taught in history. If that's not right, somebody correct me. Because, like I was saying, I don't think black women have just been lapdogs and just sat there and was just like, "Oh, I'm here to look pretty or be a yes man." So it wasn't like, I don't know. That's why I honestly don't know if it's harmful or not.
The more you study history, the more you learn that 500 years ago ain't shit. 500 years ago is nothing. Like that's nothing. That's a blip in time. And that's how long I would say it has been normalized in black communities for the man to be the head of the household. In black communities across the board. Of course, there were certain practices on the African continent where men were told to be the leaders. Was it patriarchy to the point where they had to make laws about SA and all this other stuff? They did have laws about mistreating women, but women weren't mistreated to the point where they needed to remind men that women are human, that they can vote and speak up for themselves, like, you know what I'm saying? But there were laws that were written down in, for example, the Kurakan Fuga in the Mali Empire, where women were given equal rights to all people. But so what I'm trying to say is black men leading the household is very new. And I would even say black men don't lead the household today. There's not, I guess, okay. All right, let me rephrase that. I would say you can be the leader of your family to a degree. Black men can lead the household when no other man is around. That's all I can say. Because I can say I lead this household that I'm in right now, but I pay my bills to a man that don't look like me. If the police were to look for someone in my backyard and I'm out there, I could get unalived. You know, am I in charge here? Or do I just have, I don't know. But I guess, yeah, we could say. But at the same time, how can something that harms black men benefit them as well? That's where I would push back. You said it was harmful.
Because I feel like so, and that takes me to and when I say black politics, y'all don't. I hope people don't get offended, but so when it comes to like the cultural aspect of like the family dynamic and how black households are supposed to be ran, I honestly, as of now, don't have the truth. But as far as I know, like I said, when I say like dominance, I feel like there were like different leadership roles for the husband and the wife. So it was like a balance, but you led in different ways. So like, I feel like, hold on one second.
I feel like what you just described is the African way of leading the household.
It was definitely balanced between men and women, right? If I could jump in really fast.
Wait, hold on, New Jack. We don't want to talk over the sister. Go ahead, Al.
But yeah, so when I say like do I think it's like I don't, it's harmful in the way of like how they depict our family dynamics now, and they come in and pick it apart like, oh, your men are supposed to be like this, your women are supposed to be like this, your kids are supposed to be this way and that way. So that's why I'm
Who
like
tells you that?
well, are you YT standards based off
All
how he
right, so
disciplines
you
our
can't
kids
say that's
talk
black
to.
men.
Well, no, and that's why I say it can be harmful. Like that's why I'm like, I don't know, like you know, you said how can they benefit from it and be in it, and then it cause harm. I feel like two things can be true at once, because when it comes to like how black men are looked at in our society, it's like, okay, it's like this: being white T is cool, but then when you're a white T male, it's like, oh yeah, that's even better. And I just feel like because you're a male, that just like bursts.
I want to have this conversation, El, but I feel like if your phone keep going out,
Well, no, it was people in the background talking, and I know some people, they have, I don't know, some people have sensory issues on lives that I'm on, so they don't really
well,
like
yeah,
that
I mean,
background.
you do have a lot going on to be on live. To be honest, it sounds like you in the middle of a lot going on. I don't want to, mess up the
Yeah, let me
argument.
step away from them and come back right back. Hold on, let me step away from
Okay.
them.
Um, y'all keep tapping like. We just hit 50K, but we supposed to be at like at least 75 by now. To be honest, we supposed to hit 50K a minute ago. But keep tapping like as you come in, as you listen. Just keep tapping like. Let the algorithm know that you're getting value from the live. I want to just basically speak to what. Appreciate you, Jen. I want to speak to what Sister L was up here saying. Basically saying that black men benefit from something that also does them harm. Because we could also, in that same context, say that patriarchy benefits black women, if you want to say that. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying there are benefits to being a black woman in certain patriarchal institutions. Patriarchy, a patriarchal institution such as the police, right, which is harmful to black men could look at black women's incarceration rates and say they benefit from the patriarchal institution of policing, in the sense that they have it better than I do. Black women get arrested at the same incarceration rate as white men. Still the lowest of all women, but they get arrested at the same rate as white men, and they get a lot less jail time when they are convicted. And, I'm not saying that's a benefit, because it's still worse than all other women. And they have it worse than other patriarchal institutions, such as medical institutions. But what I'm saying is, you can't say something that seeks to destroy and is harmful to black women is something that they benefit from, just because there are certain ways in which it is less harmful.
I agree. I don't think that patriarchy, I mean, if anything, it creates division between all of us. I mean, patriarchy is just not from us. It no matter if you look up any society before colonialism, like, it's just not the way that our people did things and ran things, and even just
the way that it is, I feel like it's a natural, even for anybody to be that way, because it's just it's so based on hate and putting other people down, and it's just a messed up way to live, a messed up way to wanna to have a a family, or an aspect of, because I don't even really think of it as very familial, or and it definitely doesn't do anything for society, because it's so messed up, and how it affects people, and how it mentally just takes away so much from us in multiple ways.
Okay. L, did you want to continue? L, she got a lot going on. Let me go to the next guest. New Jack, go ahead, talk to us.
Hey, what's going on, man? In terms of thanks for letting me up. So, in terms of patriarchy, you guys got to remember that.
Give us the age, race, and pronouns first.
Oh, I'm a black man and I'm straight. If that makes sense, I'm not. I'm
I
dead
didn't
as
ask
there
you
is.
all that. I just asked you your pronouns.
I don't. Well, you have to explain that to me because I'm not too
He,
familiar
she,
with how
they.
that
Pick
works.
one.
Well, if I say he, does that mean that I'm straight?
No, it just means that you'd prefer to be called he.
Oh, okay.
And
All right. Okay. I got you.
what's your age range? Are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm 49, dude.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Talk to me.
All right. So patriarchy is definitely rooted in ownership, right? Within the United States of America, right? So those that own things, it was like you were saying, like women as well as men could benefit from patriarchy, right? Um,
I wasn't saying that. Hold on. I wasn't saying
Not to
that.
that extent, right? Not to
No,
that
no, I
extent.
wasn't saying that. I was saying how disingenuous her statement was I was equating it to saying that women can pay. I was not saying that because I'm sure people, yeah, right. I was just talking about a point.
Okay,
That
okay.
don't, yeah,
Right. So that one point you made could
hell
be
no.
right. So that one point that you make could be also equated to women that own things, right? If we're just making a simple point of some of the benefits that patriarchy has, right?
I wouldn't say being arrested less than black men, but still being arrested more than any other woman in America is a benefit. You see what I'm saying? That's what I was
Right.
trying to point
Right,
out.
right. I agree, agree,
Yeah.
agree,
Okay.
agree. Now, based off the arrest, do you believe that that is intentionally done?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, man. You know
Dr.
what I mean?
Francis Cress Welsing explains why.
Yeah,
Black women are not deemed a threat to white patriarchal
right.
supremacy, you know.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct, correct. So it isn't far fetched that, you know what I mean, this system would
I'm
allow.
sorry. Let me rephrase. I'm sorry. I always got to catch myself. I'm sorry. Because we're in a very nuanced space. Black women are not deemed a direct threat.
Right,
They're more
right.
of a passive threat. Go
Sure,
ahead.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Agreed, agreed, agreed. I've read the ISIS paper several times, so I know exactly what you're
Oh,
talking
okay.
about
All
right
right.
there, man. So things like that are intentionally done to cause a dysfunction. You know what I mean? And she goes over that in the ISIS papers when you go back and read it. So did her predecessor Dr. Neely Fuller
Nearly
Jr.
Fuller. Yeah.
He was on that too, and he explained that right there as well. People, if they haven't read those two books, then they're missing out on a lot. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
um in terms of feminism being harmful to black unity, that in my opinion it goes back along with why, you know what I mean, the system will allow black women to act up, right, to act out of line per se, and slap it on the wrist as opposed to keeping the yoke on black men's neck, because that's a tactic that was used, right, during the capture and enslavement of blacks, is to put the woman as the head and to make the man seem subservient. You seen Joe Biden do that, right? With black women are the backbone of the black community, i.e., saying that black men are spineless, right?
Ooh, I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that.
Right?
Um, but it is wild. I'm not sure about what you were saying, but I'm gonna say you did touch on something interesting because did you all remember Joe Biden saying that he didn't know who he wanted to be his vice president, but he knew it was going to be a black woman? Do you all
Right,
remember him saying that? He said before he even chose who it was going to be
right,
that it was going to be a black woman. And
right.
I think that's kind of wild. It shows to tokenism and how it was a symbolic meaning to who he wanted to be his vice president.
Symbolic and used as another form of emasculation. You know what I'm saying? Symbolic and used as another form of emasculation. All right, he is a Dixiecrat, man. He is a slick, cunning one. All right, you know what I mean. But
New Jack.
not to go into
I
politics
don't know
too.
about emasculation. I think I think it's more comfortable to him because he doesn't deem Kamala Harris as a threat.
Sure, I agree. I think somebody was asking me a question. I'll answer the question. I'm gonna drop. I appreciate you letting me come up, man. I'm ready for the question.
No. It's okay. I viewed your page and I saw that you are a Trump supporter. I just thought that was interesting.
That's why I thought that about black women acting up. Because this is interesting dynamic how we act up, we gotta stay in line. But they'll be in spaces where white women cuss like sailors, tell them shut the F up and everything in between, and they gonna get in line with what master wife say. But that it's just very interesting dynamic of how black women act. I don't like when people come in and try to what's the word? Well, you might want to fill master shoes for a minute and tell black women, particularly, how they're supposed to quote unquote act. That was very weird of you. And I think in the dynamic when it comes to masculinity, you control your own masculinity. You control how it's perceived or if you allow someone to emasculate you. But the dangers in these conversations when we talking to brothers is for some reason you think you're a part of that patriarchy. And you being associated with MAGA, I know you think you're part of that white man patriarchy, but they over there riding the shit out of you. That's why you were so worried about being associated with the LGBTQIA community, but in reality, you over there getting gucked without any glue. But okay.
So do you vote? Do you vote at all, or you don't vote?
No, I just said a lie without saying nothing. That's
No,
okay.
no. I mean, do you
Why
vote or
would
do
you
you don't?
ask me if I vote? What makes you think I don't vote? Because I'm black?
No, I didn't say that.
But then
And
what,
I
what,
never
what?
came in
Okay,
and
so let me
accused
ask you
black
this.
women of
Why
doing
every time,
anything.
let me ask you this. Why every time I talk to white people, and I do mean YT people, they always bring up the voting. That's how I correlate if y'all racist or not, or you're a self-hating anti-black person.
I don't think
Because
he. I don't think he said he black.
no, listen to what I'm saying, brother.
Oh,
I correlated the racist, and then I said an anti-black self-hating person.
oh.
Because like when y'all ask, the first thing y'all want to judge somebody based on is if they vote and what they or who they vote for, and it says a lot about you that you over there voting for Trump. But I'm gonna mind my business.
I hope you didn't vote for Trump. Um,
Over his page. I always check people's pages when they come up here
I
just to.
can't. They
I
don't.
know, but it's
I wish.
all over his page. I've heard him speak on another platform before, and he did have some. You can tell that he has some sort of maybe aversion. I don't know. He doesn't like black women. Just by the way that he interacts. Yeah, and the things that
Yeah,
he
he
said.
runs.
Yeah, that was just how I felt.
He better run because I keep me a comb for these MAGA maggots and these head full of lice. I got one of them fine tooth combs that'll catch them and rip them out your scalp. You know they stay dusty. You know they ain't washing their hair. So I got me a Rit comb, ain't it Rit RITA or something like that. They lice killer or whatever. I got you, baby.
Damn.
D, can I just say just you are an amazing speaker. Like I love the way you talk. Hearing you speak is like it's amazing. You are such an intellectual and just powerful person. It really makes me smile.
Oh, I just like to fight.
Well, yeah. Um, I just don't argue with women. Okay, that's weird. Um, damn. I argue with women all the time, but I respect them nonetheless. Honestly, that's why I speak the way I speak, because I argue with women all the time, my whole life.
Brother Legend, he said it's pointless to argue with women. I wasn't even arguing with him. I didn't even bite his back, because when I argue with you, baby, you're gonna feel like I kicked you in your back of your neck. But the interesting part about it is you came up here and you very much exuded anti-blackness because you focused on black women more than you did the issues of the conversation, which it was addressing with the patriarchy. You're more focused on talking about how black women act than you do the white woman you probably laying up sucking on cave coochie with. But y'all always center yourselves and you show your true colors when you sit here and give you a little space. You made yourself a tree ornament in this conversation.
Part of respecting, especially black women, is arguing with them. And that's the problem. A lot of people don't know the difference between disrespect and conflict. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can have an argument, and I only argue with you because I love you and I care about what we talking about. But you don't gotta be disrespectful. And I think saying that there's no point to arguing with black women shows that you don't care about black women. I argue with everyone I care about. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll argue. And that's what surprised my wife when we first got together. I'm gonna stop talking. I'm being mushy. I keep telling these stories, but we've been talking about women a lot. So who I'm gonna talk about more than my wife? But one of my things was when I got with her, I was keeping it real. I was keeping it a band with her about everything, about black issues, about how I felt about, our people and things. And of course, that was part of my attraction to her, was that she was passionate about that as well. But I argued with her about something. I don't remember what it was. We got to a big argument. And I called her the next day and she was shocked. I just, we had a big argument. She thought that was it. She thought we was going to break up. That was it. I called her the next day. How you doing? What's up? Kept going. And she said no man had ever done that to her before. And it taught her about how men communicate. And, we talk about it much more now. Like, now we don't even argue. I think it's been at least.
That showed intention too. That showed you wanted her, because when you have a fallout and you come back and you want to rectify this, man, I ain't done. We just disagreed. I still love you. I still want you. Like, what you mean? Just because you mad at me, I can't get a hug. Like, you gotta understand. I still want you, man. We gonna disagree. Everything ain't gonna be peaches and roses, but we got to make sure we keeping this together. And I think that's so intentional. That made you stand out to her, because men will get mad, and when you disagree and fall out, it's immediately like, oh, well, I don't gotta deal with her next. And when you show that kind of intention with a woman, it's like, yeah, I want you. I don't care if we disagreed about this. What you doing today? What you want to eat?
Yeah, and that's what happened. Yeah, and it happened multiple times. That was the first time it happened. I was just talking about, it was over the phone. But multiple times in our relationship, she kept saying like, like she would do something that she know I would be mad about, and I would get mad. And then after my, emotions subside, after I'm, accepted of reality, what we gonna eat? What's next? Like, I move on. Like, that's the thing she wasn't used to, and she keep, well, she don't do it now. Now I think she grown used to it, but early on, that was what she kept bringing up. Was like part of a feature in our relationship that she was not accustomed to, was the fact that I'll get upset, I'll get angry, shoot, I've even cried, and then I move on. I get through my emotions really quick. That's something that, thankfully, unlike other men, I've never had a problem expressing my emotions. But I'm a musician, I'm an artist, so I've always felt comfortable doing that. But anyway, I get through my emotions. Y'all hold on to shit. I don't do that.
I can hold on to the end of the earth. You better apologize to me. Kiss my feet for a week. But I want to point out to you what he kept saying in the chat was this arguing with women thing. And this is the dynamic when we speak of that black men think they're a part of a patriarchy that actually helps them. Because even him, like, he's already pooned out, you know what I'm saying? But it's interesting how he keeps talking about he don't argue with women. He don't do it. It's putting us beneath a man or putting us beneath him in a sense,
Yeah.
as if she's not on my level.
Right.
I'm not gonna. It's a looking down upon. So it's what's funny? It's having this conversation with these type of men, and then they have daughters, and they want their daughters to be treated like princesses. Like, you need to respect my daughter. My daughter's feelings are important. But when it comes to talking to other women, you have no need to respect them because they're beneath you. And the person like that that's already associated themselves with MAGA, and that, look, I can help you feel that way. I can't help that you don't know how to bathe and you over there tied yourself to some sour ass poom poom. But that's your problem, not mine. I bet you his spouse white. I put my last dollar on it. Because for some reason you think you're part of the patriarchy, and sir, you are not. You are a joke. Over
Yeah.
there, when you go up and you show up for that rally, they really just need the face of you. They really don't want you to even be there. But they'll use you as their little token at the front and say, see, black people do vote for Trump. So you keep on, you keep your little fist raised up and thinking he didn't help you out while he's still doing you good with no Vaseline. I can't stand you weirdos that come up here and be like, you don't want to be a part of that community. Does that mean I'm straight? No, if you don't think why would any words we say on this platform make you any less than the person that you are? Project yourself into a tub. Matter of fact, project your woman into a tub and remember to get the towel and some soap, because no, y'all both funky.
Can I respond to that? I literally didn't come up here and disrespect any woman.
Please do.
Can let me. I've been listening to you guys. I didn't come up here to disrespect any woman. I came up here to actually talk about what he was saying, right? And that's it. But you hurled a lot of projections at me, in which I didn't say. You accused me of marrying a white woman, which I'm not. You accused me of a bunch of shit, which you don't know me. I don't know you enough to say that you do this, that, and the other. I only know you as far as this conversation right here goes, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so why?
So a lot of the things that people feel, right? The person on the outside has no control over how they feel. Now, if you feel a certain type of way, then hey, then so be it. But my thing is,
So how do you feel about women?
why argue
How
with
do
you?
you
Why
how do
argue
you
with you?
how do you feel about women?
Let me finish.
How do you feel about women? Because I ain't trying to hear no
Thank you,
lecture.
Jay.
How do you feel about women?
How
How do
do
you
I
feel
feel about
about women?
women?
Yeah,
I
they're
be-
beneath you.
no, I
Then
believe that
why
women
would you
are.
say you don't argue with women? That's
I
true.
don't. I don't, and this is why I don't argue with women, right? Because no, I don't
Why?
feel that women are beneath me.
So how
I
do you
feel
feel about the LGBTQIA community?
I'm not down with that shit.
So
I,
why not? Those are just human beings living their lives.
well, I mean, I'm not gonna go and beat them down or anything
Who are
like that.
you to
I just
judge?
don't associate with that.
But who are you to judge them?
Who judged them? You asked me how
You
do I feel
did.
about it. I
You
said
didn't
that
want
I
to
don't
be
associate
associated.
that.
Oh
And
no, I don't. I don't. Bye. You just associate with a tub, and I know Karen over there sucking on you.
Thank y'all for the Panther Pause. Appreciate you for helping me reach the live goal, Jen. Thank you very much. Yeah, it had to go. Yo, how do y'all feel? Pan-Africans in here. Cause now I want to pose a question, y'all. Someone said I completely share his sentiment. About what?
Oh,
About what do you share his sentiment?
he been in chat
Obviously.
pulling his skirt up. He been down there lifting that skirt up that he got on.
That's crazy. Never mind. I want an intimate space to speak to Black Pan-African people. TikTok is not it. We can't do it here. But so I'm not going to bring up the topic that I really have a question I want to bring up to us, but I don't want everyone else listening. So I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to devalue my own platform by doing that. I'm not. But anyway. Quad threat. Give us your age, race, and pronouns.
What's up, guys? Age, I'm 37. I'm a white guy. And what else you ask?
He, she, they. Choose one.
Say what?
He, she, or they. Choose a pronoun. Choose one
Oh,
go.
he is fine. He is fine.
All right, talk to us.
I'm just bored. I just wanted to ask a random question. As a white guy, I shouldn't have an opinion on Black lives other than the fact that every life should matter. But I feel like the whole reason Black Lives Matter became a thing was because police was attacking black people, and we have more people in prison than any other country in the entire world, and most of those are black and Hispanic folk. But that aside, do you believe that a rich black man and a poor white guy would have the same standings within society?
Yes. And you know
Yes,
what?
yes.
I mean, I'm sorry. Dang, I called you yes.
Well,
I'm
I was
sorry.
going to tell them that the studies show that a man that didn't even graduate from high school can make the equivalent of a black man that actually graduated from college. And then when we look at the wage gap between black families and YT families, it's at least 200,000 over in difference. But it's the question that you had to ask, because it shows that you don't understand what's actually happening in society today. Because it's not just about Black Lives Mattering in regards to police unaliving black bodies, but it's also the over policing they do in our communities and how they target and focus on our children, even in schools. So even in the midst of this conversation, you don't understand the oppression that black people are experiencing. You just feel the need to correlate that all lives matter. When in reality, if all lives matter in this country, we wouldn't be seeing that Navy Federal is now in trouble because they denied over 50% of black people access to build generational wealth by buying a home. So until you educate yourself of what's happening in this country and oppressing particular groups, I don't think it's fair for you to come up and ask something in regards to your poor ass for not utilizing y'all YT literally level up of oppression on black people 450 years, and you still sitting out here poor and struggling. If you see a YT person that's poor or homeless, that means you fumbled, you failed, you were lazy, and you didn't know how to get out here and get your money and utilize your privilege when you had it. You're losers.
Okay. All right.
So, okay, that's fun.
So,
That's fun. I want to just clarify. So you're saying that a poor white person is just lazy, not because they come from poverty.
Right. You're a loser. You didn't utilize your privilege.
I think that he knows by the way that he worded his question, by the way that he came up here and made the first statement that he made. Like he didn't address the topics or anything. You know what I'm saying? Like he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's
I have a
doing.
question for you, Quad Threat.
Yeah.
So I feel like the sunblock movement started because Europeans and non-melanated people keep having like high rates of melanoma. That being the case, would you say that a a light-skinned black person and a European have to use the same amount of sunblock?
I suppose so. But everyone should use sunblock, I suppose, for radiation.
2 more pause.
And how do you feel about powdered donuts?
Well, just don't eat them in front of a cop. They might think it's something else, you know.
Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all for the Panther Pause. Thank you to Notless. I seen Notless send some up here, man. Thank you very much. Appreciate you for coming through. Jen, let me give some shout outs.
Let me do it.
Yeah.
Clap first. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's pretty much Notless and Jen. D, please remember we don't have to address them. But I feel like you did make it informative for the brothers and sisters that were here. But I feel like most of us kind of already knew. But for those of y'all that didn't know, I hope you were able to learn something from what Sister D was saying. I wouldn't have even addressed that dumbass. Go ahead. You wanted to say something else?
Yeah, I did the hand claps. You did the hand claps for those.
I did. Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Absolutely. We appreciate y'all.
Woo! We appreciate you, Jen and Notless. Thank you for your donations, charity, and support while kicking these flea bag, maggot smelling mayo packets out. Make sure you hop in the tub.
Yeah, so when it comes to that question, I feel like it was disingenuous to ask. It was really wild for him to come up here and talk about Black Lives Matter. Me myself, I don't consider myself as a member of the Black Lives Matter movement. I'm a Pan-African. Black Lives Matter is not something you need to tell me. I already know that. So just seeing a black face, seeing us talking about black issues, and for you to come up here and censor Black Lives Matter is kind of weird. But then also, if it's weird how Thin Lipians can say that, their system can make a black man rich, but doesn't make black people poor. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll talk about how a black person can thrive in a community they weren't meant to thrive in. And when we talk about how many of us aren't able to thrive, they don't like to bring that up. And also statistically, there's a lot more upward mobility for poor white people than poor black people. A poor white person can make it to millionaire status, even billionaire status, a lot easier than our brothers and sisters. All right, let's go to the next guest. Defiance, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Black, and her. And I figure since he came up here and answered the question he wanted to answer, can I answer that Pan-Africanist question?
What Pan-Africanist question? Go ahead, talk to us.
The one that you don't want to ask us. Could you put it in code for us?
Because Tia sure want to know.
You can send me back to the comments. That I only came up for that question. I just wanted to see.
How could I put it in code? Because it's y'all know who Umar Johnson. I don't want to be critical of another Pan-African on here, but I want to know how. I'll say the question, but we can't answer it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I want to know how we feel about Umar Johnson's stance on the LBGT community, except I wouldn't say them as a whole, but black people with an alternative lifestyle. You know what I'm saying?
You stole the question out of my head when I was in this live, because that thought came to mind when old dude came up saying that he wasn't in that community, whatever. And I'll respect what you requested. I won't answer it, but we're definitely questioning the same.
You see how it could be problematic, right? Like,
yeah, if I could word it, just cut me off if I'm too spot on.
All right.
I think it's anti-black to make it seem like we cannot embrace our LGBT brothers and sisters, and to try and reverse it and say that we are anti-black. And I'm actually of the LGBT community, and I'm always going to be pro-black first before the rainbow folks come around, because I don't even benefit from the rainbow folks. And so I think it's just, it's problematic that he thinks that we're somehow going to exterminate our race by being LGBTQ or whatever. So I'll just leave it at that.
Ooh, if I say so.
I gotta leave it there. You did. Oh, I wish we could talk about it. Oh, I'm so tight.
Just say one.
Because I think that's when me and him clash. He's coming to Texas. Me and my wife been talking about, should I go get a picture with him? You know what I'm saying? Because I would say on 95% of what he says, he's spot on because the scholars agree. But when he gets into celebrity drama, sometimes I'm like, huh. And then when he gets in, like, why are you doing that? Like, Marcus Garvey didn't speak on, celebrity drama, what was going on with, I don't know who was back then, not Ella Fitzgerald, but maybe, I don't know, whoever was around when Marcus Garvey was still here. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're supposed to still be that, you're supposed to be that top scholar for us. Don't talk on Kanye. Leave him alone. Like, why you shouldn't even be doing that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, the reversal, without speaking on him, let's talk about at some point the belief that because Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, right? She says that the intersection, right, within our community, that intersection within our community does get favor, or they're more palatable to the oppressor because they're less of a threat, because we have a hetero we have a straight white male patriarchal system leading white supremacy, right? Like, if white supremacy is like the motorcycle, the person on the motorcycle is a white tee man. So that being the case, me having pink hair and nails would be more palatable to him, because even though he would be against my lifestyle, I'm talking about the man, not Dr. Umar. I'm talking about the man. I'm talking about men the color of iPhone cords, okay? Right. They would deem me less of a threat because my masculinity as a hetero black man is something he sees as a threat. Not saying I can't be a threat in some heels, you know what I'm saying? But to a misogynist mind, because I'm a straight man, I'm seen as a threat. So
Only
now,
way that they can threat to black community. And I don't believe this is a thing, but it's us not having the conversations that build the bridges. And so they end up following behind that YT patriarchy that leads that community. And that will be the detriment of a lot of things that affect black people. But I think the issue with us is we're trying to distance and disassociate ourselves with our loved ones to our own demise, because we're pushing them in the house of the oppressors. We're pushing them to follow and believe that they have the support of the same people that don't mind watching them be unalived or make them unalive themselves. So I think it's so deep. You're right. That's like a really, really deep personal conversation for our community that we must to elevate, because that community for us, our people, our kids, our family, our friends that are a part of that community are no less black. But I've seen a lot of that community end up trying to support more or push more that I guess you could say stance, because they're so cut out of our group. And so when you find people that are part of the community and you constantly tell them that they're wrong, or they're not black, or ill, or why are you making me identify as that, or I'm a man, I'm a woman, all that BS. It's this need to disassociate yourself from your family, and so you're cutting someone off at their knees when they're just being who they are. And that how am I any less black by who I choose to lay down with? That's the problem, that we're creating an issue.
All right, so here's his take on that, right? Right now, all right, let's go. Let's talk about. Damn, I want to. All right, we got. All right, here's the reason I don't want to talk about it, because I don't want to be too critical of an elder in our community. We have to let go of the religious concept of someone having to be 100% a righteous, deified leader. We need to let that idea go. I follow the teachings of many Pan-African scholars. I do not agree with any one of them 100%, except for maybe Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. But she's a sister that speaks with a lot of nuance. But close. I haven't heard nothing from her that I was just. Then again, no. I don't. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is we gotta stop with the whole Abrahamic religion. In order to lead us, you have to be Moses. You have to be. Even Moses was flawed in the Bible, but for some reason, you need to be Jesus to lead us out of liberation. And so we gotta stop that. The man is flawed. He's a man. But at the same time, his argument back to that would be Ubuntu, right? Which means I am who I am because of who we all are, a form of love that was permeated throughout the African continent, different societies, not just Bantu people, but different societies in African cultures believed in a communal aspect to the definition of love. Love was not something just individual. Love was for your community. So who you loved, how you got married, had a communal aspect to it. I just seen a brother do an interview with Shannon Sharp where he broke this down as well. He said marriage is not just feelings and love, but in Africa to this day, marriage is communities uniting and coming together. Basically, you're marrying so that this community next door to you, now you have access to some of their resources. They have access to you. It's not just an individual thing. That being the case, we have married historically, pre-colonization, our ancestors would marry based on the needs of the tribe. If the tribe had not enough water for a woman to be able to drink and have water and be nourished, because women don't retain water as much as men. Women retain water less than men. That's why women have higher alcohol levels when they drink the same drink that men drink. When there's not enough water, men would marry the same women because there would be not polygyny, polygamy. So there would be polygamy where the woman, polyandry, there you go, where the one woman would have multiple husbands because there was a shortage in women. When there was a war, when there was something else, famine, something else going on where there weren't enough men, then not enough men, then the women would marry more than one woman would marry a man. It would be the opposite. So what I'm trying to say is how marriage works, even in America, is based on the economy and the availability of the opposite gender or whatever's going to happen. But there was always an obligation to procreate and bring more people into the tribe. When it comes to LGBT, and I'm saying that term loosely, I mean the lifestyle more than I mean the political identity. That is not African. Saying that you are who you are because of who you love, and that makes you a title, a letter. You're not pick a letter, but you know what I'm saying? Like you're a letter, you are a letter, like based on who you love. That is not African, that is European. It'll make you no different. You don't define your identity based on what you ate for breakfast today. So why are you defining your identity based on who you love? No, that is not African. But the practice, the lifestyle is African. But at the same time, when they did practice that, they would also be expected to have children, and they would also be expected to do that in ways that would benefit the community. Right now, during our oppression, we have a shortage of sisters getting married. We have a shortage of brothers getting married. And we have, a system in place, except you could say one of the answers to that, I just thought of something new, but you could say one of the answers to that is sisters marrying each other, which is part of what would go on in Africa. But anyway, what he would say is that right now we have a shortage of brothers and sisters marrying each other, and it does work into the hands of our oppressor for us to separate. Men start marrying men, women start marrying women, because it causes a division, and it works to the benefit of our oppressor. And it also continues to create a divide. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing also said that when a brother marries a white tea woman, it's a shame. When at childbirth, there are more boys than girls that are born. More black boys are born than black girls. By the time they get to 18, there are 2 women for every 1 man that are available to be married. that is because of incarceration, unaliving, and marrying out the race. Sadly, when a brother marries a white tea woman or a non-black woman, we lose one brother to the community that could have went back into our community and been a provider, been a father in the household in our community. We lose that brother. However, when that brother is in a relationship exclusively with another brother, we lose two instead of one. That's what Dr. Francis Cress Welsing said. All right, I'm done. I'm done. I'm unpacking this with y'all. I'm not taking a firm stance right now. So that is just some information that I've researched on the topic. Defiance, did you want to talk to us some more?
No, I appreciate your response, and I appreciate you asking that question, because it literally was what I was thinking about as I was preparing my meals for the week. I was like, I wonder how he feels about Dr. Umar and his stance on that. So
That's really the only. I won't say that's the only thing, but that certain things he do, I feel like his ego's getting kind of big, and I'm not mad at that because sometimes his ego telling black people, "I'm doing this. What are you doing? What are you doing for the community?" That gears me up. That makes me want to go hard. So I see why he's doing that, but sometimes I feel like his ego's starting to get a little too big, and I don't like it when he refers to himself as an alpha male. I think that's kind of weird. But I understand why he's doing it. Again, black masculinity is taboo. It's a threat. So he's trying to like reinforce that black men can be masculine. There are five roles in the family: man, woman, boy, girl, baby. The man, who is the man? When you say the man is in town, you're talking about white tea men. In white tea patriarchy, there's only one man, and they call us a boy, so we can't be a man, and we don't want to be a boy, but some of us prefer that. And I look to rappers when I talk about this. We prefer, oh, that's my homeboy, Andre 3000 and Big Boy. You know what I'm saying? Who else you got? NBA Young Boy. Like, we prefer, because we can't be the man. So we gotta be boy. If you ain't gonna be boy, then your only options are woman, girl, and baby. Birdman is baby, little baby, the baby. I call my wife Ma. I call my home the crib. You see what I'm saying? These are, and that speaks to Dr. Francis Cress Welsing's work. So once again, that's where black men are emasculated, and we have to choose not to be men because it makes us more palatable. It's the reason why they like Lil Nas X, because for him, he's not baby or boy. They got kind of maybe tired of that, and he chose to be, more adjacent to feminine, being feminine, woman or girl. You know what I'm saying? That's a thing, it plays into that. So I would just say, I get what he's saying sometimes, but I don't know if I'm 100%, but I can't speak against him because he's done so much for the community. He's done much more than what I've done. I just have a little TikTok. And so that's why I'm like, maybe I should go get a picture with him. I'm talking about Umar Ifatunde, Professor Dr. Umar Ifatunde. I don't think he's a professor, but clinical psychologist. And my platform runs pretty adjacent to his, so pretty parallel.
I think it would be helpful for you to bridge that gap. I understand the validity of his concerns, especially how you put it just now. Because I even noticed as someone a part of that community, I was like, wow, they're really shoving this down people's throats. And it was something that I seldom saw when I was a little girl. I saw, I think, Queen Latifah and Set It Off, and I wasn't supposed to see that. I was in like the second grade and walked in on it. But I realized, I was like, oh, that's me. I'm that character. And now it's almost, well, I won't say almost, it's definitely propaganda to emasculate black men and to, get black women to stop wanting to marry black men. And I think one of the things I would be open to, and this is just me personally speaking, I'm not speaking on behalf of black lesbians or whatever the word letter is, I would be open to marrying a gay man who's pro-African, pro-black, that's the same thing. Or if it's allowed, marrying another woman, another black woman in Africa. But it seems like there's such an aversion to any of that going on because of what's happening in America. And I understand that. And I understand why they would be hesitant and almost to the point of an allergic reaction to the lifestyle. So I hope that helps. I know there's probably somebody upset in the audience who's like, how is she speaking on that and not representing us or whatever? But, I understand. For me, it's just, like I said, I'm Black first, and my lifestyle isn't at all, the only thing that describes me.
Right. Yeah, and that's real. That's real. Shout out to you, sister. That's an unpopular but very firm stance in our cultural roots. That's real, because that's not an identity we came up with. But identity, like, why do you need a flag for what you do? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense. And the oppressor doesn't like it when they do it because they're afraid of their birth rates declining. So that's a whole reason why they have so much homophobia. Their reason for that phobia is rooted in their inability to continue procreating. However, they like it when we do it. So it's more palatable when we do it. Little Richard even said that he was accepted in spaces that James Brown couldn't go, because Little Richard would have white tea women, ooh, Little Richard. And he said it was fine because everybody knew he was, fruity tooty, good booty. Like, I don't know if you know that. That's the real words. That was the original words, good booty. Anyway, when it comes to that, masculinity, James Brown was, nah, we gotta keep him away from our daughters, and so that's even something with, speaks to even how pro-black James Brown was. I'm sorry, not James Brown, Little Richard. But he lived in a dichotomy. He was by, like, on both ends of the spectrum, like Kanye. But anyway, Tia, what's going on?
Oh my God, I was listening on my computer because I had to edit a video, but I just came back. That's all.
Oh, okay. Appreciate you coming up, Defiance. Thanks for that very delicately put conversation. Thanks for being respectful too.
You ready?
Well, oh yeah, please go ahead, sister.
Okay. Before I say this, before I do my reset, I'm going to say, if you are anti-black people, I don't care what realm they show up in, then you are just anti-black. And a lot of y'all weirdos in the chat are just showing that y'all have an interest in that community. You're just scared to live in it. But anyway, moving forward. Holy Spirit, activate, activate, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. All right, let's crank it up. All right, y'all. Brother, you have 236 people in this live. Why aren't y'all tapping the screen? I'm wondering at this point, are we delusional? Are we insane? Are y'all crazy yourselves? Get on in here and tap the damn screen. Tap the live. Tap, tap, tap. Tap in and tap out, and double tap if you need to. I need us to get to 100K ASAP, or the chat is going to jail. That's right. We're going to lock it up and lock it down. You won't get to clown in the chat if you can't get to the tap. Make sure you guys are sharing the live. Invite your friends, your frenemies, include your damn enemies. You know me, I like to fight, but I'm gonna be good tonight. Hey, make sure you subscribe to Brother Legends Live. Subscribe here on TikTok and scroll on over to YouTube and subscribe to Brother Legends Live. Make sure you join the Discord, b1initiative.org, where you can get educated, get a little bit of debated, but for the most part, you'll be able to get elevated in a society that looks like you. So at this point in time, I'm going to shut up and close my mouth and listen on the line, but I need a lot of you poons, coons, and buffoons to get out of the chat because I know you want to stick your some. Oh, let me be good. All right. Until then, get in the tub.
Appreciate you. How you gonna say get in the tub? She funny. Hey, yeah, yo, appreciate y'all tapping like. Let's get to 100K. Feel free to subscribe. A lot of y'all in here every day. Y'all may as well just subscribe because we gonna be unpacking a lot of stuff. I got a lot of content coming out soon. Been working on some things. I'm excited. My platform is growing, and I'm getting, and we really having some deep conversations up here. So we getting a lot of value out of things. Appreciate y'all. Auntie, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Hey, I am 48. I'm black on purpose, and she, her.
All right, talk to us, Auntie.
First, Diva, I love the reset. Every time I come in here to this live, I appreciate it. And I'm tapping as we speak right now. And Brother Legend, I'm really happy that you're having this conversation because I think as black people, particularly in pro-black circles, we don't get to speak. Like queer people don't get to speak because there's so
Yeah.
much homophobia. And that's learned. Like I will not accept that homophobia is African. I won't accept that it's part of us. I won't accept that it's the way that I believe a lot of what you're saying about black family and how black families, how as Africans, um, a lot of these relationships were about the black family in the community. And so what that brings me to is the fact that because of homophobia, which we have adopted from Europeans, we have been forced to hide the black queer people in our families. And it is absolutely true if we're honest for the centuries that we've been here and probably for the centuries before we came to this place, that black queer people have a very particular role in the black family. And no, it doesn't involve necessarily, marriage, in that way. And that's another thing in African communities, like once you were married and had children and fulfilled your obligation, then nobody asked no questions.
Right.
So this conversation was not not the same. This conversation is not had in the same way among us as they have it among them. But anyway, so I'm a black queer woman. I'm a trans woman, and I have several siblings. Let me count them. I got 2 sisters and 3 brothers. And I have a mother who is currently living with Alzheimer's disease. And she is 100% reliant on her children. And as the only one who doesn't have kids and makes a good, salary, has gone to school and all that stuff, she coming to knock on the door now. But I am the one who is expected to take care of my aging parent. I'll be out in a minute, mommy, okay? I'm the one who's expected to take care of her. Hey, you okay? I'm coming out, okay? Come on out. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. I'm the one who's expected to take care of her. And you talk to black queer people of my age range, and we're the ones taking care of our elders. Period. Across the board. My brothers and my sisters are all concerned with their families. They got kids in college. They have small children who are going to grade school. And so here I am. And I was just on a Zoom with a bunch of sisters, same gender loving black women, sisters, lesbians, last night. And the experience is the same. We are taking care of the elders when the rest of our family members are taking care of their their families. And so we have to be honest about the roles that we have had in the Black community. We have to be honest about the fact that homophobia has caused.
Wow.
I gotta go, y'all, but we have to be honest.
Oh, I was just getting ready to tell you I'm gonna go down to my bed.
Okay, babe. Love you.
Love you.
We have to be honest about the fact that homophobia, this YT man, has caused us to subjugate and hide the members of our families. And so we haven't been able to be honest about what our roles as queer people have been in our families. But we definitely have an active role. We definitely have participated in our community. We definitely are pro-Black in the way that we function in our communities when we're not driven out. You know, and some of us, like me, has refused to be driven out. You know, and so I just want to put that there when we talk about the concept of losing two Black men, or the concept of how we as queer people support, you know, support Black, are part of a pro-Black family structure. And love the live, love the work that you're doing. Thank you for continuing to do it. And I gotta go.
All right, thank you, Auntie. Appreciate you. That was quite a word right there. And I do love that I was able to learn some things in that conversation as well. That is something that I'm able to corroborate based on my teaching, my learning of African history and the civilizations that came before us on the continent. That's what I was trying to say earlier, was you could be a gay Black man, and as long as you had a family that you were contributing to, you might even marry a woman, but you know, that was something you were still expected in some societies to have children. But after you did that, after you fulfilled your obligation to the community, you could do whatever you want. And as long as it's okay with everybody else, you know, as the other person you doing it with, no one's really bothering you. And so that's where I'm like, why doesn't Umar speak on that? Why doesn't Umar make space for that? Oh damn, I'm doing it again. All right, let me stop. I forgot. We ain't just us in here. Now I seen a face. I seen a unbaked face in a profile picture, and I remembered. Damn.
You begin creative, but I need you guys to tap in. You guys, right now it's on subscribe. So right now that you can't see, you can't comment, you can't really get involved, I need you to tap this out. We're 7K. Let's go. Tap this out so that we can get into the 100K, unlock the live, and have an even better discussion with you involved. But in the meantime, in between time, gift your host for the work that he's doing and what well, let's put it this way, the platform that he's participating in and presenting to you. It is essential that you get this knowledge, you hear this knowledge, and you actually participate and help us evolve as well. So share the live, invite your friends, let's have the conversation, but most importantly, tap this screen and make sure you subscribe.
Shout out to Auntie, appreciate you. Thanks for the love, and thanks for contributing to the live. So yeah, that's when I say that my platform runs adjacent to many Pan-Africans and their teachings. I don't agree with everything that they say. And I specifically want to make sure that we can make room in paradise. Appreciate you, Jay. That we can make room in paradise for everybody Black, and stop dividing ourselves up based on identities that our oppressor has made identities, given flags for. Dividing ourselves up by nationalities our colonizers gave us. Separating ourselves and splitting up our community based on what language our colonizer speaks, such as the Dominicans and the Haitians. It's an island full of Black folks, and they don't even, half of them say, I'm Dominican, I ain't Black, and the other half is saying they are Black and they Haitian. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we just speak a different language. What is up with y'all? Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, we dividing ourselves up so many different ways. Religion, you know, we gotta get rid of some of this division. Now we dividing ourselves up by gender. You know, I'm pro black women. I'm pro black men. I don't know about pro black. I can't be pro black. I don't argue with. I don't speak to women. I only speak to other men. Like, you know, like, it's weird. We gotta stop the division. Hopefully, I can get that message out there. Appreciate y'all for the 100K likes. Thank you for helping us reach that goal. But yeah, so hopefully this platform can continue to be that space. I appreciate all my, for lack of a better word in the English language, LGBT brothers and sisters. I feel like they need, you know, just to be our brothers and sisters and family. You know what I'm saying? Everyone might not be a brother or sister, but family. And I appreciate y'all supporting me. I have had y'all support since I started this. There was a time when I lost the support of the thin-lipped LGBT community, but the brothers, sisters, and family members definitely had my back, and so thank y'all for that. All right, y'all. We're gonna go. Yes, absolutely. They are definitely not y'all, Auntie. Reggie, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Yeah, African
Okay, talk to us.
American. Oh yeah. I mean, can non-black people be pro-black? Uh, in my mind, I mean, not really. I mean, I feel like if they're being pro-black or they're attempting to be pro-black, in some ways, it's benefiting them. In some ways, they're getting some benefit out of it. Like, you know, if a white man come up to me and he tell me, you know, he got a job for me and he got this for me, I feel like there's an agenda behind it. You know, there's some gain for him, and maximum gain for him, and some little gain for me. You know, if any at all. Um, so that's my opinion on that. And is feminism harmful to the black unity? Well, I guess that kind of go in hand with the pro-black, because I mean, you have white feminists. White feminism existed for a long time, and you know they look to advance the you know the status of white women and not so much other women such as black women, Asian women. So you know they claim to be pro women, but they're not all pro women. You know, they don't claim all women. So yeah, I think feminism can be harmful, but in some ways I guess it could be helpful too. What did that say? Do black men benefit from the patriarchy? Um, in some ways, yes. In some ways, no. And I guess that's what I got to say on that.
In most ways, yes, or in most ways, no.
I'd say most ways, no. I mean, there are some examples where black men can benefit from the patriarchy, like say in the military, you can benefit from the old boys club. Um, I mean, but again, it's maximum benefit for them and little benefit for you.
You mean in the military that's destabilizing and colonizing Africa and other regions of the world?
Well, yeah, I mean that's true too. Yeah, that's true too. I mean they is doing some effed up stuff, but I
Two
guess
black
I
people,
mean that is the patriarchy. I mean it does a lot of effed up stuff.
but two black people. So I would still say even that's
Yeah, that's
not
true.
a net benefit.
Yeah,
But I hear you.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks for answering that, clarifying for us, brother Reggie.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you. Todd, Welcome to the live. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Um, yeah, turned 62 on the December the 5th. I am a black man. And what else did you say?
He, she, they. Choose one.
I'm a he.
All right, talk to us.
Yeah. Well, do black men benefit from patriarchy? I don't know these days that it really makes a difference. I think it's just a matter of preference of what type of man you are. For me, I'm not going to say it benefits me, but I know I like women who are in their feminine nature. And but what I see today, there's a lot of strong black women, independent, that that are in their masculine energy, and that serves me no purpose. I respect the strong and independent part, but the masculine energy, I don't deal with that. And I think feminism has harmed us as black people because I don't know. I think as a result of that, I think women have lost their purpose, and they think it's all about money, but they are the first teachers of our children. And so I don't, if you look around, you see what's being produced, and that's being produced by, women are, producing these, they're, raising these kids, and what you get is, basically what you see now. And I do believe that non-black people can be pro-black. And the perfect example is that because we are minorities, and if it wasn't for certain non-black people, we would probably still be slaves, really. Because I don't think it
Oh
was,
no.
just the black
Oh
people
no.
saying that the black people saying we don't want to be slaves no more in a home, in a land of where we are not, is not of origin, and we are the minority there. So I don't think we don't have military or anything like that. We did fight, but we didn't stand alone. There was some white people, non-black people that, fought the battle with us. So just my opinion.
Got one. Let me shut up.
Let's hear. Let's hear. Let's hear. Go ahead, Tia.
Okay, I'm gonna start with the question that Black Swan posed because I think that's a good place to start. Can you give us an example? You mentioned masculine women. Can you give us an example of what makes a woman masculine? Like, what does that look like? Is what behavior is that?
Who are you asking?
You so
I can answer if you're asking me.
yes, I'm
Yeah,
asking you.
yeah. She asking you. You're gonna have to defend
Oh, okay,
everything she just
okay.
said.
The masculine energy is the pushback. Um, how can I want to give an example. I was on a live earlier, and a young lady came up and gave a rant about, because I mentioned something about fixing my plate. And she gave a rant about, we don't need y'all ass. You got two hands, you can fix your own plate and this and that. And just that energy was kind of masculine to me. And she didn't hear. Anyway, that's kind of an example of what I'm talking about. And huh, I'm
Okay.
trying to,
Um,
that's basically it.
trans women got masculine energy too.
It's the
Let's not
opposite.
do that.
So
I
let's
have a
not.
follow-up question for you. Do
Yeah.
you believe that patriarchy is harmful to the Black community?
My honest opinion these days, um, in a way, I think it does not.
Oh.
I think it does not because what we're producing today is a result of the genders losing sight of their God-given roles. And what we are producing today is a direct result of that. If in the households, back in, your grandmother's time, we had morals, and it's not just necessarily Black people, but it's pretty much in this country anyway. Everybody's just lost their damn mind, and everybody wants to do exactly what they want to do. And what we're producing is a result of that. It wouldn't be no difference if we wasn't producing anything, but we're producing these children that are basically a damn mess. That's just my opinion.
With you
Wait,
100%, Todd.
D, before you go,
Respectfully.
because I just want to give the comments that I was going to give before I asked that question. But I believe sharing is caring, and I'm going to share with my sister. So I'm gonna take a gentle, feminine bite so that my other sisters can eat and nourish themselves tonight. I think it's so interesting the way that oftentimes when we have these conversations that many of these Black men have no hesitation in saying how harmful feminism is to the community. But when you ask them about patriarchy, it's a delay. Oftentimes they don't see no issue. That is so interesting to me. It's also interesting to me that, like, y'all seem to be experts on energies, but seem to overlook the fact that everybody, and I do mean everybody, has both energies. Y'all be missing that. Y'all miss that part. And the point was never that we are supposed to only have one energy, because then we wouldn't be like whole balanced people. You're supposed to be balanced within yourself. You're supposed to have both energies, and you're supposed to have the discernment to know when and how to operate between them two energies depending on your surroundings and who you're interacting with. So when y'all want to demonize women for having not even just being masculine, because I mean, I don't even know what that is, but having masculine energy and using it even when it's appropriate is so interesting to me. It is so mind-boggling to me that y'all find that problematic. It's I will. God bless it. The Holy Spirit activate. Go ahead, D.
You said have a
It's
balance, and that's not what I was. I
Please
wasn't
mute up,
talking about
C3. Please
when you
mute up,
have a
C3.
balance.
Thank
When
you.
when it's necessary and it's balanced out. I understand because men have a feminine energy. If there's something you're going through, I guess I have a soft side that would try to comfort you, baby, what's wrong and all that, and do whatever I can to make you feel better instead of saying, hey, work, deal with it.
That's not what you said, though. Y'all don't like pushback.
No,
Y'all
you
think
see,
pushback is being
women tend
combative.
to take
Y'all
like
don't
a
like being
pushback.
word
denied
and
the
Women don't like
benefit
being
of
held
and
being
that would be a
accountable.
asked for,
trigger
even when
Stop,
word,
being
D.
told
and
Stop.
no.
use that
Mute up.
word as and put a label on it like that's all I meant. That's not all I meant. I just gave you an example of what I
Responded to
thought
what you said. I responded to what
masculine
you
energy
said.
is.
It's D's turn.
And
I responded
now
to what you said. Please mute up. It's D's
So,
turn.
Mr. Todd,
you
how are you
can you
doing?
can
Hello, Mr.
read
Todd.
into
Hold on,
whatever you think I said, but words
Mr.
mean
Todd,
things.
Mr. Todd. Words do mean things, and most importantly, I have a question for you.
Come
Do
on.
you think that Black women are more dangerous to the community, or YT supremacy?
My opinion is the Black women.
Black women are the most dangerous thing because you guys hate your mothers to the point where you need to come in and tell women what they should and should not be doing. So do you think that Black men, and I'm talking about your generation, have protected the Black community?
Don't y'all do the same thing?
So hold on, C3.
Yes.
T3, if you unmute
I
again,
think
we're
we
gonna
have
stop.
done what we
So
could to
how
protect.
how is it possible that you feel like your generation provided and protected for your community when you, from the sound of what you said in regards to your age, you were the same generation that was saying that the black woman kicked the black man out of the home?
Y'all did.
So how are you protecting, providing if you got kicked out of the home, which no YT man would have been able to come in and provide for your family if you were already doing so?
First of all, y'all,
Uh-huh.
because of public assistance, you couldn't have
Uh-huh.
and I've seen that firsthand. You
But
couldn't
why
have a
would you
man in the
need
house.
public assistance if the black man was taking care of the family in the home?
Well,
But
because of
Well,
the
let's
access
get it
to
together. Let
employment.
me know.
for the legend,
Hold on, mute up, sir. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the lost of the elderlies
I
that have
told
effed
him
up the community.
I told him if he unmuted again, he was getting kicked. Go ahead,
So
Jay.
it's the understanding that you told me that black men from your generation were providers, protectors, and they took care of the home, but somehow you weren't providing and protecting enough for the women that needed to go get government assistance, right?
Some of us were forced out of the homes because of.
No, you weren't. So if you were providing, protecting,
Now,
and
hey,
you could
don't you
afford
can't
not to
tell me
afford,
we
hold
was.
on,
You
hold on.
weren't even there. How you
I'm
gonna tell me what happened in
telling
my
you. There's
generation
no way
and
that
what
you could
happened in my
provide and
life?
protect and get kicked out of the house if you paying the bills. Then can't nobody come between what's already been provided for.
Yeah, if you want to
Right?
say it like that,
Right or wrong?
you look.
You had a lot
How
to
can I
say.
explain it?
You
Let me
couldn't
try to
even, you
explain. Let
couldn't
me try to
even,
explain
look,
it.
listen. Your generation couldn't even go buy groceries and you worried about a woman fixing you a plate. What's she fixing you a plate of? Water? So in this conversation, you're worried about a woman being able to provide a plate to you, but we can't even ensure security in regards to how our children are going to school right now in 2023. But somehow
Mhm.
your generation provided and protected enough that the black woman had to go and get government assistance to feed their families, and you got kicked out of the home.
I didn't
Isn't
get
that
kicked out of the
amazing?
home, but
Put on us.
I've
That's
Hold
seen.
on,
y'all.
Reggie.
So tell
Reggie,
me
lock
what.
it, lock
So
it
tell
up,
me
Reggie.
what
Lock it
the
up, Reggie.
result of
Because
all
you
this
know,
public
I don't
aid,
mind going to
and
no
even
nursing home and
today.
pushing y'all around in these wheelchairs. One thing that y'all need to learn about y'all push pop penises y'all carrying around at this point in time is that if you aren't actually educating yourself and understanding what's not only going on and where y'all failed in your part of history in the context in which we're trying to push through, particularly them black women that had to stand 10 toes and hold that community together, it's the audacity of coming here and talk about a plate when you couldn't even buy the food to go on the plate.
And that's
You're
the
in here with
masculine
the
energy that I'm
patriarchy.
talking about.
And I'm gonna give it to you because I'm a masculina. I'm the
Yeah,
right one. You can't insult
and
me
you
with
have
something
that. You
because
have that
my
right.
voice, sir, my voice, and the black woman before me, and the black woman in my family, and the black men. You know, I got real men in my family. They've been providers, protectors, and we use our voice to actually elevate our black community. It's black men like you. They want to punch down on black women. See, the issue ain't the black woman. The issue is the white man that you let. You let him put something in your mouth and you sucked on it for a while. But at the end of the day, in the midst of this conversation, like I said, your push pop is too worried about women when you should be worried about that old health and it failing to get up. But you know, it's always it's something when black men come in and they want to tell you what the black woman has failed to do, but they can't tell you how society has oppressed the both of us and displaced the both of us and put our community in an effed up situation. But you want to come in here and punch down on the black woman. Y'all need to go take them issues to your mama. I don't care if she's walking around on earth or in the ground, and go pour that out to somebody so they can heal you. Because you're too old to still be blaming black women for the fact that you couldn't get a job, white man, and you couldn't figure out how to go around and actually get a woman that wanted to care enough to offer you a damn plate. See that
Okay, I'm okay
disrespect
with
and
having
that
this
entitlement,
conversation with
that
you.
disrespect and that entitlement in them empty pockets don't get too far in this society, do it?
Can I
That
respond or
push
let you
pop ain't
speak?
getting no help, is it?
I let you speak. Can I respond?
Go ahead, respond, because I'm
That's
ready for
how.
you.
That's how I like to have a conversation. I heard
Go
what you
ahead and mute
said.
up, Reggie.
Oh
Thank
my
you.
God. Okay, so when I said that the black man was forced out of the house, of course there was job discriminations, and even today we don't have the jobs that the white T has, and we're still, dependent. And even today, there's government assistance that enables women to have this false sense of independence that they don't need anybody. But you take away that government assistance, and they are through. They are, totally through. Now, I don't have a problem with a woman being strong and independent. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I like a woman that's got something on her brain. But the fact is, back in those days, we were bombarded with, first it was heroin. We were in prison. We were wrongly accused and jailed. And the women were given public assistance. And a part of that public assistance, you were not allowed to have a man in the household. And that's just how it was. You wasn't there, so you can't see it. You can probably do some studies and think you know what you're talking about. But and as far as my finances, my house is paid for. I retired at 58, so I know exactly. So I know you can't talk about my empty pockets. My pockets are not empty. And as far as me being a provider, I know how to do that right now, and protector. Right now, I have
Todd, let me ask you a
probably.
question though.
Hold on. Are you married?
No, I'm not married.
Yeah, that's why you worried about these women.
I'm not worried about this man. Here, let me say this and then I'll end. The reason I'm not worried about the women is because at my age, I am very healthy. I am very healthy. And by nature, there's 15 women to every man on this planet, not just here. And don't mess around. Let me speak. And don't mess around and be a man that's got yourself together. And that number over quadruples. And then on top of that, don't happen to have, be charming and handsome and have what these women like. And then so there's hundreds. And not only that, the fact that
Can I
I
say
can walk
something
out my
before you
door
keep
and I
going?
can
Thank
speak
you.
with 2 or 3 different hundred women, all I need is 2 or 3,
Just mute
and
up.
I can
Brother
do that.
Legend gonna come to
I
you.
have no problems with any sexual needs, anything like that. But you can't do that. What's going to happen with you is after a few years, everything's going to start to drop, and that masculine energy that you have is going to be so prevalent. Ain't nobody going to fuck with you. Right now, today at 62, I can get what I want,
Do you
and
hear
that's
all
all I
that
have to say.
projection? Do you hear him projecting? You
Can
hear
I
all that
join,
projection?
Hoster? Are you
That's
ready? Or
Hold on, Superwoman. Hold on. I'm so sorry. We do this by like Brother Legend gonna come to you, but this is hilarious. I'm sorry. He didn't tell me I'm an old and drop. Okay, so sir, you still running around here with that push pop. I don't care if you had $1 million. I don't know why you think you got the cream of the crop when you can barely get that thing up. So again, you sat here and gave us every reason of how the Black community has failed, how the community was. I'm going to talk to the Black women of your generation, were put in the displacement of a position where they had to be quote unquote masculine to survive. Otherwise, these Black women and their children were supposed to starve because of your feelings, right? But in the same conversation, you could tell me how the YT man displaced the whole Black community, but somehow it's the Black woman's fault that she was put on defense, on survival in this society. And now her quote unquote leaning into her masculinity to survive is a problem for you to get a plate. But you sitting here at 60 some years old, unmarried, unwed, but feeling like you are the prime pick of the litter because you are buying coochie and all of a sudden you are so special. Amazing.
And
Ain't no young thing just choosing
No,
you, sir. You like you said, you
actually
got
they
a little
are.
money. You're
Actually
sitting
they
here
are.
single at 62.
Actually, they
Your health
are,
is
and I
oh,
have
your health,
can I
yeah,
choices.
come
I
because
in
you're
have
your
paying
audible?
choices
for it.
that you don't have.
All
You
right,
have
Because
y'all.
you're
I
paying
want
opportunity
I
for
want to
it.
be
because
a
you know how to
bridge.
be
Can I
young.
address her real quick?
Young.
I just want to be
You
a
know,
bridge.
young
If
Hold
that's
on.
Don't
okay.
get
and
Hold on.
dressed
attractive,
or
but all
redressed,
that's
sir, because
gonna
I ain't
fade
playing.
Everybody
you,
got mute
and
up.
then you're
Hold
gonna
on.
be
Hold on.
I'm
old
speaking.
and
The host is speaking.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
Y'all
Being
come.
a too.
It's okay. All right. So we're getting into a lot of insecurities right now. That's coming out. So I don't want to. Todd, I think you got a lot to learn. You know what I'm saying? From our live. I'm just trying to reel it back into a productive conversation because I feel like it's about to go too far out there. Let's let the next guest get a chance, and then I'll come back to you, Reggie, and then we'll go from there. Superwoman, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
I am a 42-year-old Black woman, and I am she, her.
All right, talk to us, sister.
Todd, first, I've been listening for just a little bit. I got a mad respect for Brother Legend, and he knows this. We have a little bit of history, not a whole lot, but a little bit there. And I respect him and his life wholeheartedly. But, brother, I just wanted to say to you first, congratulations. Congratulations, one, on having your shit together, if that's what you are pushing in this moment. If you are saying that, yes, I'm independent, sis, I don't need your money. Yes, I am taking care of my health. Baby, I don't need your advice there. Yes, my house is paid for. I don't need your help there. All of my ducks are in a row, so I am a good man. I respect that because we do have a society of a lot of broken men. We have a society of so many broken men that don't understand how important that is. It is painful, and you hear that in the women. So I want to first just recognize your accomplishments and give you your credit there. However, at the same time and in the same breath, that is not going to impress a stable, solid, successful, hardworking, grounded woman, because she also has those same things. At the end of the day, a real work has been done to our community. We're having these conversations now because of the colonizers. And if we don't know who the enemy is, we can be distracted and make each other feel that place.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, Todd, if you start bragging about what you have, you're missing what you need. And at the end of the day, regardless to what you have, if you don't have what you need, you don't have anything. Money is not everything. A house is not everything. Having the right cars and the right careers, that means absolutely nothing. If your soul and your completion is not met as a man, you're not happy either. You can pretend all day long. But women, we are the prize. We built this country. We built this country. Blood, sweat, and tears. We walked into the slave owner's bedroom knowing what he wanted, knowing that we needed to make it out so that we can continue to provide for you in a nurturing way. We were abused, came back out of that bedroom, and still loved on you like it never happened. So you have to humble before Black women as a man. Black men who are alpha men understand that that humbleness does not take away your ability to be alpha. And in this moment, I just hear you bragging and bragging and bragging and bragging and bragging. And I hear how women are trying to explain to you how that does not mean anything to them. How are you missing that? I'm independent. I am a single mom, true enough. But I have my own house. I've been in business for 15 years. I have not clocked in a clock. But I still submit before respectful, humble men, regardless to what they have, baby.
Thank you, and I appreciate your feminine energy. You sound very strong and intelligent, and I appreciate that. I'm not bragging. I only mentioned, here she is again. Now, I only mentioned what I had because this woman called me broke. She get triggered and tried to attack my manhood and call me broke and
All
don't
right,
have
Todd,
nothing,
Todd,
and I'm
Todd.
buying cooch and all
I
of
don't want to
that.
go back into that. Listen,
That's
I don't
the
want to go back
only
into
thing
that.
that he heard her say. That's the disheartening part. Is that's the only thing that he got from everything that she just said. When she talked about the fact that it is not Black women holding you down, but it's Black women holding you up no matter what. And the issue that we all have is the oppressor. And the only thing that you got from everything that she just said was that she used a feminine tone. That is insane to me. I'm not going to waste my breath. I have
Oh,
nothing
is
to
that I
say.
can
That
be
is
just as
insane to me.
disrespectful.
Right.
Because you
That's
can turn that
crazy.
shit on and you can turn that motherfucking shit off. Because you cannot lead a woman like me
Right.
talking about what you got. What you got don't matter.
Right.
It's how you speak to my soul.
Exactly.
It's how you provide for my internal existence.
All right. So, all right. Thank you, Superwoman, for that wonderful read. I think Reggie wanted to say something else. Before I let you talk, Reggie, I did want to tell some of the sisters that's here that we love you, appreciate you. And to the brothers, Black women are not our problem. That's a direct quote from Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, the clinical psychologist and author of the ISIS papers. She's someone that was able to come up with the Cress theory, a working model on how to understand racism, white supremacy, and how it operates. One day she gave a lecture in 2010. You can find it on YouTube, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing 2010 lecture. And a man approached her and asked her, said, how can we handle Black women and, you know, what they do, and, you know, just kind of asked a question about Black women. And the first thing out of her mouth was, Black women, it's not your problem. They're not. And many times they're the solution. And when they're not the solution, they're still not the problem, because they're not the source of the problem. And I think that's what you're missing, Todd, is that all the sisters that have spoken, aside from what you might see as disrespectful, they're speaking and telling you that what you're saying about putting the onus of conditions of white supremacy and how patriarchy affects Black men on Black women who are also subjugated to the same power structure is misplaced accountability. Black women are not the reason Black men are having a hard time providing. We know that now, unemployment rates are, I think, beginning to creep up, but we are still the least employed demographic in America. Black women have nothing to do with Black men's oppression. There's only one root cause to oppression for Black men and Black women, and that is racism, white supremacy. All right, Reggie, go ahead. Talk to
You have
us.
30 seconds? Can I have 30 seconds?
Hold on, Todd, because we got to go to Reggie. Reggie was waiting. I'm gonna go to Reggie. I'll come back to you, Todd. Hold it, write it down, keep it locked away. Reggie, go ahead, talk to us.
Well, I agree with most of what Todd was saying. I ain't retired yet, but I got everything. I got a house. I got a car. I'm divorced. And I'm doing pretty good. I'm a handsome man. I'm available. And what I look for is a feminine woman. And
No.
to women like DD and Super, and they get to going about how they educated and how they got this and that, and they talking all just dogging you out, and them the same women. Hold on now, y'all the same women. Y'all the same women that get mad when we go and look for younger girls, because y'all be the same ones. Y'all be the same ones that get mad because we don't want no woman that all bitter and corrupt.
My men don't
We
go
want to not.
around,
We don't want none of that. Y'all be giving us a hard time. And to address what Super said a few minutes ago, you act like we wouldn't brought them to that room too. They brought us in that room. Hell, they took us out to the field, 3-4 of them, and cut us up and beat up on us, and we came back and we loved on y'all. So don't go give me that talk.
So, Reggie, let's talk about that then for a minute, because I agree. And I never disagree with that. I actually gave him his respect first for what he's accomplished, but you guys didn't acknowledge that. You didn't even say thank you. Hold on. You didn't even say thank you. I rode his coattail for the longest. And you didn't even freaking fix your mouth to say thank you. See, the problem is that you guys are really disconnected from the trauma that Black women have endured. And while you guys have been tortured as well, we've had to reproduce, nurture, and provide for you in terms of nurturing. While you guys have continued to be abused, now for the majority of our Black men, they are lost. Black women are the most educated in the world. You have to process that as a fact. It's a fact. So somewhere along the way, we continued. And that is alone due its respect. And it's hard for traumatized Black women or Black men to give us that respect because it feels like you're being cheated or something is being taken away from you. But nothing is being taken away from you. We're acknowledging your accomplishments. And
So
that's what
the
nurturing
comment
women
that I
do. We
made
acknowledge your
about
accomplishments,
Black
but you guys
women
aren't giving that
being the
back.
problem, I was speaking about today in 2023 and this not so distant past with the generation of kids that have been raised by them, and a lot of them have the attitude, and the ones that have the attitude that I don't need a man and won't allow the man to be a part of the children's life, and as a result of that, this is what we have as the boys are walking around with their pants around their ass, and the young girls are gonna be 304s.
Where are the
And
men
who's
at?
gonna let me finish
Where
speaking? And
are
who's
the
gonna
men at? Where are the men
wow?
at?
Look at here, you triggered. You don't
Where?
have
No,
enough
I'm
mental
not. I'm
control to
asking
just
you a
shut the
question.
fuck up until I finish
Oh,
speaking.
shut the fuck up, huh?
No,
I feel
no,
pretty
just let me
valid.
finish speaking. I didn't interrupt
No,
you.
no, no.
But
I
her
See,
didn't
question is
interrupt you.
valid. Where
no,
are the men?
No, that was
he
not
He
a
gone.
gotta
He
go after
gone.
that. Yeah, y'all wildin'. Y'all can't talk to Black women like that on this platform. And I respect my elders, but y'all listen, y'all can't do that. You just can't. I can't allow that. That's too triggering. Um, uh, it's a shame because I was gonna let y'all kick them off. Shout out to who was that sent the Panther Paws? I think that was who was that? Somebody sent some Panther. Oh, emergency break. Appreciate it. But he didn't need Panther Paws because we can't start allowing that to be going on here. All right.
Let me say
Reggie.
something, brother.
Oh, go ahead,
Before you
D.
let
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this. So to all the young Black men that heard what he said, and I'm talking to the young Black men, y'all have to ask yourselves when you understand that when a child is created, it takes two people. This dynamic that y'all are letting white supremacy push y'all in, where the Black woman destroyed the whole community, she is not a flower that can bud herself and get pregnant. And if we keep sitting here with this narrative and it's old and dried up and push pop penis that he's carrying around, sit here and say that, Black women are destroying these kids, where are the men? We ain't gonna keep sitting there pushing this narrative on one side, because what I will say is we as not only a people have failed ourselves in a lot of ways, but a lot of ways we have been pushed in certain positions that we cannot help. And for us to sit here and blame one side or to point the finger at each other instead of looking at the bigger problem, particularly when you are a Black man in society, it is insane for us to sit here and say, oh, well, the Black woman was out in here and then doing all this and creating kids and the boys' parents. Well, then why you ain't pulling them these young men to the side? And I'm going to ask Reggie, and I'm going to ask that man that just left, how y'all in y'all 60s and y'all single? Speak to that. Like, how you 60-some years old, about to be getting pushed around in a wheelchair, and y'all up here trying to tell the younger generation what to do, and y'all failed in y'all generations. Y'all sitting here, well, I got a house, I got this. So do anybody else that's grown. You in your 60s and can't even say you got a solid relationship, but you want to tell a woman how to move. Interesting.
Can
Oh,
can I
go ahead.
speak to the way that I don't know what the last part of her name is, but Super was weaponized against D, like, and that's why it's not what you said that was the problem, but I knew that was going to happen. I knew that was going to happen. It's like I'm not even gonna go deep into that, but I knew that was gonna happen. Secondly, I'ma just assume that when he said girls, he meant younger women and not underage. But I wanted to speak to that because it's interesting the way that that comes up, and a lot of people try to hide behind fertility, when it's really that these younger women lack the life experience to catch the red flags of the things that men like that will say. They will, and a lot of them are not focused on the same things because they're in a completely different stage of their lives. So when you can brag to that woman, that 22-year-old or 25-year-old, when you knocking on 60, and say, I got a paid off house and a paid off car and a this and a that, what you're doing is advertising things, and you're going to subsequently attract a woman who is in search of things, stability in things, instead of wanting you as a person. And later on, when after she's done using you for the things that you have, instead of being interested in who you are as a person, you're going to be mad and say that that person used you, and that's what you put out there to attract. You like these younger women because they're not going to challenge you. They're not going to push you to bring something other to the table than the things that you have. And that is what women in their age group will do. Those women in your age group have the same things that you have. They have them same degrees, they have them same houses, they have them same children, they have that same stability, and they are saying that that's not good enough because we are walking together with the same things. So if you want my head to turn, you're going to have to do a little something extra than talk to me about what you have. And a lot of men don't like that because they do not want to do the work. They are running from having to develop themselves personally and hiding behind the things that they have. And that is why women talk about being independent. It's not because they're saying they don't need anyone in life, whether it's a romantic partner or friends or anything else. It's because I have taken care of the bare minimum for me to exist in this world, to feed myself, clothe myself, house myself. And if you are going to be in my life, you are going to have to bring an addition to my life. You're going to have to add something other than things, because I got that covered already. And a lot of these men are not developing themselves personally, and they are feeling hit when women say, I don't need a man because I don't need you for things. I need you for companionship. I need you for transparency. I need you for honesty. I need you for things that are not tangible, things that you cannot buy. And if you have not developed those things in your character, what can you offer me besides peeing? Which
But
a lot of
notice
women, we've been
how
doing
it's
that well.
only, but notice how it's only Black women that have to come up with the proof that we are worthy of having men that will take care of us.
Yep.
We have been pushed into a place where white supremacy and colonizers' ideology has been pushed onto our men. So our men now think that the same lesser of us that they did, they look at us like they did. If you had to prove it to them, why you don't have to prove it to me? Even though we're the same, even though we're one, even though we've had the same fight, even though we've had the same struggle and the same survival. If you have to prove it to them to be accepted in corporate America, if you have to prove it to them to be respected in churches and schools and your career or wherever you are, then you got to prove that to us too. Why should I marry you? Do you look good enough? Do you talk good enough? Are you willing to submit to me like white tea women submit to their, well, hold on now. I'm not a white tea woman. White tea women have sat back and have been allowed to have this false sense of privilege. So they haven't accomplished what I have. They haven't had to endure and fight like I have. So they don't have the muscle that I have, both physically and mentally, emotionally and psychologically. And you have also had a fight. So you should be strong enough to understand who I am and where I stand. And real alpha men get that. Our real men are men who are healed, who've addressed their trauma. We have so many men that have never addressed their trauma. They don't even know they traumatized. How many of our men don't even know that they traumatized?
I just wanted to say this last thing. The portion that he was trying to make it seem like Black women only have achieved what they achieved, not even achieved, have what they have because of the state. it's so incredibly disrespectful. I cannot stand that conversation because it is really a slap in the face to how Black women have literally bust their ass for years. And I'm not saying that Black men have not, but the comment was directed towards Black women and made it seem as though we only have these things because we're tied to the state. And if the state were to cut off the gravy train, then we would be SOL and needing these men again. We have bust our ass to go to school, to graduate, to build businesses, to do whatever. And I ain't mad at no Black woman who needs assistance. That's what I pay taxes for. If somebody need assistance to keep a roof over their head, food in their mouth, feed their kids, I'm not mad at them. I'm not. You go do what you got to do to get back on your feet. But to assert that we have not earned the things that we have and aren't owed even some more, absolute hot peak disrespect. Peak disrespect.
Well, woo, it's a lot of ether coming out of these speakers on my phone right now, man. And I'm glad I have enlightened and well-spoken sisters up here to break that down. I wanted to cut in, but I feel like everything that was said needed to be said from a sister's point of view. It is not y'all's job to be up here correcting these brothers, however, but sometimes sisters can get us together better than we can ourselves. So I ain't mad at y'all. Really appreciate it. Reggie, we're gonna give you another chance, and then I'm gonna go to Melosphere. Go ahead, Reggie. Go ahead, man.
And you see how I sat there and I listened? I listened to them and I was respectful. And I expect the same from them. But I know I won't get it because I'm going to say some things they ain't going to like. I'm gonna give y'all the cold truth.
Everybody gonna mute up. Everybody gonna mute up, Reggie. We know we talking to brothers from a different time. I would also say mind how you just try to select your words. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing about my lives is there's no forgiveness for misrepresenting your what you're trying to convey. So please try to select your words. Use selective vocabulary. Go ahead, Reggie.
I'll try my best. But she talking about peak disrespect. I mean, she was talking to two men, probably 30 years her senior, coming at us, talking about we got what did you say? She said something about our Johnsons, and said something about the status of the way of life we live. I mean, you don't know what we went through. You wasn't around then. I mean, I bust my ass too. I mean, I couldn't tell you how many times the boss man got on me. The boss man got on Jobeb or Ronnie. I mean, black men been busting their ass for a long time and ain't got no thank yous. But what we get? We got jail time. We got crack being peddled in our community. We got pushed out the house. We got we got y'all sleeping around with some everybody. Sleeping around with some everybody. We got y'all being mean, being upset, being bitter. When we want to go and look for something that's a little less of an issue, and then y'all got the audacity to get up and get mad instead of fixing y'allselves, instead of taking a look in the mirror. I mean, I don't know what it is. And look at her. She come off me. Look at her. Look at what I told you. They don't like the truth. They don't like hearing the truth. And yeah, sure a woman my age, she got a house and she got all that, but she mean and she bitter and she full of unresolved grievances. And I don't want to put up with that. I want a young girl. I want a young woman that ain't been subjected to all that. I got me a nice car. I got me a Corvette, and I worked hard for it. I got me a Range Rover. I worked hard for it. And if I want to take a girl around in that Corvette and have a good time, I bust my ass for that. I didn't bust my ass to go over to your granny house and she's still mad about something that happened in 1972 between some dude I don't even know. I ain't even met him. Y'all, this current, what I will say is a woman a 30 and up, a woman 30 and up is something else. They think they know more than you. They think they can do better without you. And it's really frustrating. And
Reggie, can I ask you a question?
hold on now. I'm finished my thought.
Okay, go ahead, Reggie. Get it all out. Get it all off your chest, Reggie. Lay your head down on the couch and get it all off your
That's
chest.
what I said. They ain't gonna like what I'm telling you because they don't want to hear the truth.
Go ahead. I'll
Because
go
they
back.
can't.
Tell us about your Corvette again, Reggie.
It's a nice Corvette.
Is it red too? Is it red?
It's a nice Corvette. But what y'all
How many bedrooms you got?
it don't matter.
You got a big house?
And
Or is
then
it a little
again,
house?
you want to interrupt me.
Hold on, y'all.
And you
Okay.
Please let him finish because I need to hear this. This respectfully, y'all, let him finish because I swear I'm crying.
Girl. It's hard, but I'm listening.
and that's the thing, is y'all don't want to listen. I'm sitting here giving y'all a cold hard truth. Is that women 30 and up, they got some black women 30 and up. They got some, there is something, is they better, they mean, they got an attitude,
Younger?
and they think because they got a degree that they can tell you which way up from down. And that ain't, and they damn sure feel like they can disrespect you on just about anything. And they wonder why nobody want to put up with them. I like I said, I sure don't. Every time I'm rolling around the skating ring, or I'm rolling down the movie theater.
Skating ring. Someone get on. Nurse, I need nurse. We need a nurse on floor 1. There is someone that needs their Depends changed. Please, someone.
You need to stop, D.
It's an emergency. It's an emergency.
No,
Someone
D.
get here
Reggie,
emergency. It's someone
you need to be
change
driving
Depends.
around nursing homes, baby, not skating rinks.
And again, and this is what I'm talking about, that
Don't do
disrespect.
that.
But let me finish. Let me finish.
On the street. Hello,
Is
911. I'd like to file a complaint. There is a red Corvette driving around the playground.
I'm gonna finish my point. I'm gonna wrap it up right now.
I'm on my way now, ma'am. Did you get a good look at him?
Is it again? Like I said, these women that's up on this panel is a prime example. They eager to disrespect men. That man that was on here a few minutes ago, Todd, that man was talking nothing but sense. Nothing but sense. He was telling you his lived experience. These women did nothing but drag that man.
Hold on, Brother Legend. Do I disrespect you? I want to make sure that I've never been disrespectful to you.
Hold on, I got a serious question.
I do not
and that's
want to
what I
be
got to say.
disrespectful to you.
Hold on,
I submit to your authority and your space, and I love the work that you do.
This is essential. Hold on, this is essential. Mr. Reggie, I would like to know, what is the age range that you be looking for?
What?
You said 30 and up, they old and bitter. So what's your age range?
I preferably 28, younger.
Now, Reggie, that's too young for me. And
28.
I'm in my mid-30s.
Do you need him a diaper changer?
No.
R.
Well,
Kelly in the chat. Hell no.
I mean,
Mm.
she want a good time, and I can give it to her.
Why you need
Good
Mr.
night,
Reggie.
Reggie. You need to be on Tinder,
Wait, I got a serious
not
question, y'all.
TikTok.
I
Mr.
got
Reggie.
Tinder actually.
Mr. Reggie, hold on. How many kids do you have?
What'd you say?
Do you have any
What?
children, Mr.
Did
Reggie?
you
Yeah,
hear
I got a daughter.
Just one?
Yeah,
Okay, how old is she?
she about 20.
That's scary.
I
That's
just
wild.
uncovered another R. Kelly, guys.
And don't go calling me some perv.
No, that's what you are, Reggie.
I ain't no.
That's what you are, Reggie. You're
No.
talking about your money. You're talking about younger girls. We just gonna go ahead and quit playing with you. You are up here disrespectful as hell, chasing babies. You
I ain't
need
chasing no baby. They is
you need
grown
help.
women.
How old are you?
It don't matter how old I
It
am.
does matter, Reggie.
No, it
You're
don't.
talking about an age group. Your age matters.
He gotta go. He gone.
Okay.
Thank y'all for the Panther
Queen.
pause. Thank you. Who's? I think it was one person sent all them pause.
It was one
It was
person.
Gene. Shout out to Gene.
Big shout out to Gene.
Yes, thank you, Gene, because we was there was a lot of labor being done. That was wild. That was wild. Listen, I want to remind everyone that that's what our mothers and grandmothers be talking about right there. Like that's where yeah. We got COONs in every race, age, color, and
Brother
within our
Legend.
community. By color I mean,
No
beige.
shade,
Yeah, go ahead.
but he's the horror story that you hear these 30-plus-year-old women talk about when grandpa or step grandpa was touching them. He's the horror story
All right,
that they talk about.
be careful. Well, yeah.
Well, I will say this: the chat. A lot of people came into the chat saying that he is truthfully YT. I guess it's been exposed on another panel or other panels before. And the talking, but while he was talking, right, the talking points that he had were very stereotypical. He didn't really go into much detail. He didn't speak like somebody who truthfully walked the experience of a black man who has dealt with the world. Todd definitely gave that off, but Reggie did not. Reggie said a lot of things that were kind of, to me, red flags that maybe he's been in our spaces before and he's listened to the conversation, but he definitely didn't give off as if he's experienced life as a black man before in America. When Todd gave that vibe, I think the chat was right. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it out.
Southern accent
But
throws me off because some of them he
yeah,
did at first he did sound like a yeehaw, but Southern accents be throwing me off because
yeah, yeah.
some of the elders they do sound like them yeehaws.
Yeah, but
Um,
there's I mean there's a few people out there that frequent our spaces all the time. They're obsessed. But Todd spoke like somebody that went through life and lived his life
pain.
as a black
He
man.
he
But
spoke from
Reggie,
pain.
yeah, but Reggie did not. Reggie used a lot of very like you guys are bitter or you guys are on welfare. Did he reference a song at one point or am I tripping? I
Um,
could have sworn I heard him
my
reference.
wife came in here cracking up when he said he had a Corvette. That was crazy. That's
But
The
crazy.
Range
but he
Rover.
was
And
playing.
then he wanted to talk about the age of the woman that he wanted, but he don't want to talk about his age. And that is a huge red flag within itself. But I would just say, guys, any young black women that are out there, any women, period, that are listening to the live, be mindful of who Reggie is. If he approaches you in a red Corvette or a Range Rover, run.
All right, y'all. We gotta put some love back into the sisters, man. We had a double whammy. It was a boomer bomb. I shouldn't even said the second word. My bad. But it was a bunch of boomers in here. So we gotta just shout out to the boomers. Shout out to the real elders though that be supporting. I think about 50% of my audience is over 55. So appreciate y'all. The rest of my audience is mostly I at one time it was mostly sisters, but I look at my analytics and now I have a lot of millennials and Gen X. So 35 and up, yo. I love y'all. Thank you very much. I get some 24 and up, but yeah, the 18 and 24 don't really rock with me like that. I don't know. I'm not telling y'all what y'all want to hear, I guess, or maybe y'all figure it out when you're older. But anyway, let's put some love on Black women, man. Much love to the sisters that's in here. Shout out to the queens for holding me down and
I
coming
need to say
through.
something to the chat real
And the
quick.
queens on the panel. Go ahead, Sister D.
I want to be very honest with y'all. And hold on, let me get my voice together. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Okay. I want to be honest with everyone in the chat. Need y'all to understand that. I'm petty, and I don't give a damn about that old ass wrinkle push pop ass man. Neither one of them. And when I say something about somebody when they trying to talk about Black women, I don't give a damn how old they is. So you right, we gonna keep living and keep getting older. But I be damn if some old push pop push to start. I need a jump start, jump to dump to my D don't get up no more. Come for me, and you think I'm just cause he old, I'm not gonna say nothing back. You can go bite an apple, you can go bite the devil's back, but you guaranteed I'm a bite back. And to anybody that felt any type of way, he was talking about you too, sis. When he kept saying, oh, 30 plus and so on and so forth. So while you worry about me, talking about his crippled, stanky leg ass, you go make sure that he wasn't dragging you along with me. So if I'm fighting for the both of us. But if I'm fighting, I'm gonna fight real tough. And I'm petty. So when you're at me, get respect to just know that I'm going at your back. And I might bite your back. And I don't got your back if you come for me. Oh, I was about to start rapping. But anyway, tap the damn screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. You guys, I need you to tap in and tap up. Tap the screen, tune in. This is a show. And Brother Legend is giving it to you live. I need y'all to tap the screen. We need to get to what is that? 150? Can we get to 150? Tap in, tap up. Hello and welcome to Brother Legends Live. You guys tap in, tap the screen, subscribe to Brother Legends Live, and make sure you share this live with all the fools because I see they're showing up today and they're showing out. To all the Black women, love, 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 love you down.
Sprinkling love, man. You know, I know hearing some of that might trigger the epigenetics, and you know some of the multi-generational trauma that the sisters have been through at the hands of brothers like him. But we want to cleanse the palate. Let's get to the next guest, Mellow Sphere. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Ms. Melody, also known as Queen Mel, age 56. She, her.
Oh, all right. Talk to us.
Lord, I got to hold my side, man. I've been busting up the latch. What in Reg? What in that? That was like a time warp. Damn, I felt like I was in a vortex
Mm-hmm.
because I know that mentality is now I'm probably close to their age. They're probably a bit older than me, but we're nowhere near each other mentally, which is a shame because that old Negro ass mentality, it's ridiculous. All the stuff that okay, Todd, for instance, when he made the comment about women, the Black women, if they didn't get assistance anymore, they would just, they wouldn't have nothing. They would just be lost. Like really, like when, like 1920, like that. You're outdated yourself just by even saying that. You have no clue what is going on in our community right now. That's the sad part. Okay,
Yeah.
Reggie, I don't have no excuse for him. Reggie just like to eat mashed potatoes and corn every night and look at some young girls on TV and probably ain't touched one in forever.
Yeah.
But let me tell you what disappointed me the most though. When Dee asked about the patriarchy, which one you feel like did you in the most? Black women totally bypass the most important damn question. And I'm starting to see a pattern that Black men with that mentality, when they are being asked that question, it's like a boxer being up against the ropes and they just got to figure out how to slide out instead of throwing some punches back. Because I sure would have liked to get the answer to that question, but the fact that he didn't answer it, it is the answer. You know, the answer is we are in total delusion and we just want to focus all the blame on Black women so that we don't have to deal with what's happening with oppression that's coming from white people. So we're just going to dance around that shit and we're going to play this little game. And I just want to share a little something too, as speaking of how single mothers are characterized. So I have a younger brother, and we went through a lot as you know, youngsters growing up, as going through our childhood. Grew up on west side of Chicago, very rough side of town. I saw a lot of men go through whatever they went through. I saw a lot of women go through stuff just trying to survive. My mother was a very strong person. I have 2 siblings. She had 3 kids. But very soon into my childhood, my father was no longer producing. He was no longer productive. As a matter of fact, he went from not producing to just, you know, non-productive to destructive. And we had to go. It just was no question about it. We had to go. So my mother became a single parent of 3 children. And so all these years, as me and my brother that I'm closest to, we have gone to therapy. We've worked, you know, done like shadow work, and we work with each other, you know, to address different traumas and issues with whatever role my mother played and whatever role my father played. So I was thinking the other day, because I'm so tired of hearing all this blame it on the single woman shit. So I said, let me ask my brother a question. I called him. I said, I want to ask you this. I want you to tell me your honest answer. If you look at what our father did and what our mother did in raising us, including maybe what they should have done and didn't do right, which one do you disapprove of the most? And Lord, let me tell you, I was shaking in my boots praying that he wasn't going to say, you know, the wrong answer. So, but I was going to respect him, whichever answer he said. So he took a little while. He was, you know, kind of going back to different things, what happened, the time period, and how, and he said, okay, can you ask me the question one more time. So I rephrased the question. He said, oh, my mom, of course. And I was just really relieved. But I'm saying all that to say that, first of all, we need to open up the conversation about that. Anybody out there who has any of these issues, stop listening to these people all day sitting up talking about what's wrong with Black women, what's wrong with single Black mothers, because where are the damn daddies at? That was another question that Todd and Beavis and Butthead didn't answer. Where were the daddies? So how is it that a man who had a hard time trying to figure things out with the burden of several children, as we see that all the time. I remember when I was younger and I saw young girls like in their 20s with a child in a stroller and a child on the hip, and they just enrolled in, you know, school to be a CNA, and they taking college courses at night. It's like, you can miss me with that shit. Really? And the man, we don't even, ain't no hide or hair of the man, the daddy, the sperm donor. So I would be glad when that whole narrative, that whole trope, whatever is happening that I know what it is. It's a generation. It is a generational thing, and I'm glad I'm not typical of what people might classify my generation. I'm sort of an outlier, but I do know in my spirit that we just need them to all just kind of phase on out. They just got to be phased out because it's a mission that we have to accomplish on this earth as Black people. And we need the people who are going to be on the right side of the line. Okay, it don't have to be all of them because all of them can't come. But that's what it's going to boil down to in order for us to continue the fight for our freedom and to win.
So the question I'm gonna keep posing to Black men that me, Tia, and a few other people have been posing on Clubhouse, few years now. I always ask them, brother, what's more dangerous, what was more detrimental to the Black community, a Black woman or YT supremacy? He immediately said, it was us, as if we burned down towns, redlining, Black code, like if we had any other level of power. And that idea and that mentality is so dangerous to our community.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. That's all I can say. I mean, once you really know the story of our people, once you've studied and you understand how racism operates, I don't know how you can even draw that conclusion, to be honest. Like I've even said, those that have internalized anti-Blackness are not our problem because they've only internalized what was taught to them by the problem. So focusing on correcting COONs and trying to get them to be pro-Black with us, or trying to get white allies, all that other stuff, like none of that's going to work in our benefit. We got to keep focused on the major enemy. That's what Stokely Carmichael said. We are people at war, and when you're at war, you have to focus on the major enemy. That's what he said specifically. Appreciate you, Mellow Spirit. That's quite a word. Thank you for sharing that story with us. Gives us a lot to think on. And I'm gonna go to the next guest, Rob the God. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Hey, what's up? My name is Rob. I go by he, him. I am 36, and I am blackity black.
All right, appreciate you. Talk to us, brother.
All right. So first of all, I want to say Surviving Reggie will be coming out soon. Mr. Red Corvette. I happen to have a blue one and a green one and a white one. So, all right. But to answer your questions on the panel, do Black men benefit from the patriarchy? No, we do not. You might have some tap dancers that think they do, but even then, they are being kind of fooled into thinking that they can basically work in white supremacist spaces, and thusly are kind of detrimental to the Black community. Is feminism harmful to the Black community? I kind of can't see because my face is in the way.
Yeah. Is feminism harmful to Black unity?
Yeah, definitely. And I say this simply because of the fact that it was never meant for Black women in the first place. It was basically built so white women could take part into the white supremacy or the white patriarchy and have power over basically us and actually kind of endure the spoils of being racist. All right.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it came from, and it's still at that point. Now, granted, you can have some Black women who feel as though it is, but it's not.
Which is also dangerous. That's why I put those two questions there. Internalizing patriarchy is dangerous and harmful to Black unity. The same way internalizing white feminism is harmful to Black unity as well.
Right. Now, and as per the last one, can non-Black people be pro-Black? No. Not at all. They can be black supportive, like when a black person decides to be in an interracial relationship, but they cannot be pro-black because you're going to go up against something that kind of, how can I put, they're going up against, they're trying to support something that goes against their innate system, basically.
Mm-hmm.
It goes against their nature. So they can't support what goes against them. Because either way you look at it, they basically go. Nah, I'm getting tongue tired. I'm sorry. They resort back to their default setting basically whenever they get in trouble, which is self first, then whatever. So no, they cannot be pro-black.
Absolutely. All right. We're back to I don't know, square one. We're back to Zen. We're back in balance. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you, Rob the God, for bringing us back. Definitely an A+. It's good to hear. It's
I
good
am
to
going to
hear black
have a
men.
request from D though.
Yeah, it's good to hear a black man talk some sense after all that. Did anybody else want to say something? Anybody else got something they want to say? Anything on your heart's
What he
mind?
said? What I do? What he say?
No, I asked the question from D though.
Oh, go ahead. What?
Which was when I come up with this surviving Reggie, I need her to be the spokesperson.
Yeah.
No.
This pop peen is
You
crazy.
don't understand. I was sitting in the hall, just basically minding my business, when this Reggie man showed up and talked about a Corvette and roaring around the playground and targeting young girls. I'm there for it.
Yeah.
That was awful. It's really sad. It's predatorial, and he was definitely disconnected from reality, and it's unfortunate. But I do agree with you, Rob. I do feel like, just like the host said, black men definitely, where it says, do black men benefit from patriarchy? To me, it's an absolute no, and is feminism harmful to black unity? It is, because like you said, this never included us. The Constitution was even written when we were enslaved. So feminism and them fighting for women's rights was only a way to get us to support them in their fight, but not them in our fight. So we have to be careful with that. As much as I am an advocate for young black women that are unheard, I am also an advocate for young black men as well. So I agree.
Come on, black people.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on the feminist thing too, because I think I don't know, it seems like the one of the biggest trick bags with femininity was that white women were convincing black women that they could elevate their lifestyles and that they could empower themselves by grasping more opportunity and being equal and, just being able to do all these things that men could do. But what was funny about that is black women were already pretty much doing that. They didn't have a choice. They were already working, all day or all night, washing some white woman's clothes or, whatever, cleaning their houses. I mean, that was all the way into the, well into the quote unquote women's rights movement. They were already, so it was like being sold it was like just being sold on something that was not real. Like it just wasn't a reality. It's like you're already doing something that somebody's saying you're going to benefit from, and then now you're like pounding the pavement and you got going to get your signs and you're out there protesting, and for what? And once it was all said and done, just like Super just said, it was like, oh, thanks for beating the pavement for us. And so now affirmative action, hello.
Yeah. That's real. Black women have, outside of the movements that were pioneered and led by black women, civil rights. We had Fannie Lou Hamer, and abolitionist movement. We had Harriet Tubman. Aside from those movements that were directly focused on black liberation, um, uh, all the other movements have just used black women's bodies as a way to gain numbers. So even the LGBT political movement, same thing. We see it, everywhere. They're just using y'all for your numbers.
And they tried to do it. They tried to do it with Israel and Palestine, but it didn't work. I mean, for all black people, not necessarily black women, but I think I'm very proud of this particular time that we're learning. We're seeing how we just are being utilized in these ways.
I just had speaking of Palestine, I just had a Palestinian woman in my comments section going off of me because I said that black people should prioritize what's going on in the Congo. Even if they want to be helpful to Palestine, it would benefit us to focus on the Congo because the resources from the Congo are what keeps the Zionist machine running. So, you could focus on your own people, and it would also still work with the solidarity of oppressed people everywhere, because the West pillaging Africa is what gives them the power to pillage non-Africans, or abuse and mistreat. And she was adamantly telling me how, because I'm black, that I should focus on Palestine. And very interesting. I'm going to make a video about it tomorrow. But
You need to speak up for my oppression. It benefits you because you know what it's like to be oppressed. So you should speak up for me.
even though there is anti-black racism in Palestine itself, and then there was never a acknowledgement of the Zanji slave trade that went on there in Palestine. Understand that before they were called Palestine, they were the Ottoman Empire that enslaved our ancestors. And it's actually worse for black women because the Zanji slave trade, they would have sex slaves, basically. I don't even know if I should have said that, but yeah, that's what they was doing to our ancestors. Harems, you've heard that term before. This is where they was doing that to black women specifically, and boys, but black women. And so that's a thing that was never acknowledged. Not saying that it becomes tit for tat, but this is a place where to this day there is still anti-black racism. And then they always seem to want to bring up solidarity, right? They'll bring up Malcolm X was in solidarity with Palestine, and who else did they bring up? Nelson Mandela, and they bring up all these people, right? But when you think about that, was it solidarity? Not on both sides. We can bring up, and someone came up here, Africa Debunked, brought this point up, that came on my live. We can bring up Malcolm X, we can bring up Nelson Mandela. Even today, we can bring up Julius Malema. We can bring up our Huey Newton, Angela Davis. We can bring up Stokely Carmichael. We can bring up so many great Pan-African pro-black leaders that showed their solidarity to Palestinians in their crisis, in what goes on between them and Israel. Name one Palestinian leader of a movement that's voiced their solidarity with black people, or a need for reparations, or some sort of black cause.
A non.
I saw a video. I don't was it yours? No. It wasn't one of your videos. But I watched a video recently about, I think it's called transactional allyship, where where somebody will come out and they'll be of support to your movement, and they'll say all these things, and they'll say, "Oh yeah, I'm here for you, this, that, and the third." But then when it's their turn or they're going through something, they'll come to you and they'll weaponize, the fact that you assisted them, or just, right out the gate do it. Like how you said, they'll say, "Oh, well, Malcolm X says stand for the," they'll do it right away. But it's transactional allyship, I think, is what the video was explaining. And I thought that was very interesting. And
Thank you
I,
for that. I'm going to put that
yeah.
in my video, in my
Yeah.
response to her. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. It was interesting, but I was like, wow, that happens to us. I feel like it happens to us the most. It happens to us all the time. All the time.
What is interesting about that to me is I'm not sure if I saw that video, but I know since I've been coming into your spaces, you talked about this a few times. I've never heard you say don't do anything to help Palestine, or don't say anything to help Palestine. You explicitly said you should prioritize, work or labor. If you're going to do something, prioritize it for your people. And if you also want to extend any help to this effort, that's cool. But to only place all of your attention on them and none on your own people seems strange, especially if you're going to call yourself pro-black. So for someone and this is how you know people don't really be listening. And I said, like, words have objective meaning and people just be tossing that out the window. So I think it would be a little different if you were just like, nah, F them people, like, don't say anything to benefit them, don't give a F about what they're going through, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's one stance, but that's not what you said. You just said, prioritize your people. If you want to do something for them also, that's cool, but prioritize your own. I don't see why anybody would have a problem with that. If both of our houses are on fire and I have like a pet, or I don't know, even just important documents in my house or loved ones, does it make sense for me to go to your house first? Like,
Right.
I got to take care of mine. It doesn't mean I won't help you, but like,
It's like when you get on an airplane and the oxygen mask come down, they say put it on yourself, then put it on your child. That's pretty much what it is. Because if you don't put it on yourself first, you could pass out while trying to put it on the next person, and now both of y'all are gonna be unalived. So you gotta put it on yourself first. Now you can breathe. Now help the next person. Now the thing is, the reason they're oppressed, and this is why I tell us to read Afro-Pessimism by Frank D. Wilderson. The reason anyone non-black is oppressed is because we're oppressed. They learned how to oppress people because of us and our ancestors. So what's going on in Palestine? If you want to stop that, look no further than helping and so showing. Just right now, with what's going on in the Congo, we're at the awareness stage. We're not at the boots on the ground, gotta prove I'm more pro-black than you because I'm actually out here, while the bombs are going off, I'm sitting here with we're not even there yet. Not enough people don't even know what's going on in the Congo. So right now, we gotta get to the point where they know about what's going on in the Congo, the way they know about what's going on in Palestine, the way they know about what's going on in other places in the world. Congo and Haiti, Sudan as well, Libya. These are places, but it kind of, what's going on in the Congo is like the illest thing happening right now. But what I'm trying to say is, like Tia said, if my house is on fire, I put my fire out first. But the thing is, the fire in everyone else's house is coming from our house. So if we just put out our fire, all the other fires will go away. Like, we gotta put out our fire first. If the Congo was free right now, just magically overnight, boom, Congo got its own resources, got its own minerals, got its own bank now because it's based on the backing of those minerals. Oh my goodness. Where's the United States military going to get its lithium from? How are they going to keep their military industrial complex running? But there you go. How are they going to be able to fund Israel? You know, Israel is part of the people that take resources from the Congo. Like United States is there, and they also got Israel got their hand in the cookie jar too. So literally, freeing your own people will free the Congo, but freeing the Congo is just going to. I'm sorry. Freeing the Congo will free Palestine, but freeing Palestine was not going to free the Congo. So we can free Palestine, we can free non-black people, but racism will still exist in Palestine. You understand? We can free non-black people, but we still, like, this is ordinary pain, like Stevie Wonder said. I love that song. I encourage brothers and sisters to listen to a lot of Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder has a song in Songs in the Key of Life. It's called Ordinary Pain. Black oppression is ordinary pain. It's supposed to happen. It's business as usual. They're oppressing people in the Congo. Oh, okay, yeah. Whoa, what's going on in Palestine? Hold on now. These people don't look like Wesley Snipes. We got to do something about they look like Kardashians. We got to do something about that. No, we can't have that, y'all. Come on, y'all. Black people worldwide, we got to get together. Something going on in Sudan? Oh, okay. Oh, Haiti? Oh, yeah. They always, since 1804, they've been stuff going on there. See what I'm saying? So that's part of the problem. If we could stop the pillaging of our, countries and communities worldwide, then we will start to see the Western imperial military complex start to falter to where it can't continue to persecute people in other regions. So you can free Palestine by freeing Congo. It's just redundant to say we have to do both. I hope I articulated that well. Let's get back to the I didn't mean to make this so political so fast. All right. Let's get back to the live, y'all. We at 150K. Thank you for getting us to the goal. And thank you for listening. Thank you for tapping like. We want to get some more people up here to answer these questions. We had quite a night. It's Saturday night, so I really don't feel like I have to go to bed yet. What time is it? Hold on. You have a half hour though. Melon Spirit, you want to say something?
Well, I think if you just go by logic, very much like Tia said, well, I don't think it should be anything wrong, first of all, for me to say I'm going to help my own people before, I help anybody else. I think that's logic. But I think the best game plan that can come out of that, though, is sheer silence. That's what the hell I think. Just, we are enduring benign neglect on a all-time historical level. So we should learn from that. And I think silence is hella golden in these situations. I think it provides a protective layer over us, because if you don't say anything, nobody's got anything to say. And you can see them squirming just because nobody's saying anything. But I'd rather just save my energy, stay focused on my own Black-owned business, and let you deal with my silence.
That's right. Harmony, thanks for joining. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please. Harmony.
Sorry, I have to step away for a second. That's why I said BRB. Be right back. Is that
Okay.
okay?
Yeah.
You want me
Okay.
to? Okay.
All right. Yeah. We could talk about the Congo. I have a link in my bio to be1initiative.org. That's our nonprofit, and there's 2 links there. When you go to be1initiative.org, you have 1 link to the Discord where you can join us, where we can have a more intimate conversation about some of these topics. You got any questions? Feel free to ask them. If you got any questions, just know that I might anonymously respond to them in a video. So if you want me, I'm doing video responses. If you got a serious question, not disingenuous bullshit, but if you have like a real question that you want to talk about Pan-Africanism, African history, some of things that we talk about, feel free to join the Discord. But also, I have a link to the Congo Foundation that helps the brothers and sisters over there. Just to show some solidarity. Maybe send a few dollars. Maybe $1 or $2. Even that just helps. You know what I'm saying? I try to send whenever I get my check. I send a little something. Oh yeah, Sister Tia also reminded us that many people's jobs will match your donation if you wanna donate. So you could do that as well. But right now, like I said earlier, we're at the awareness level. So as a Pan-African propagandist, that's what I'm up here doing, raising the awareness of my people. And yeah, paying Africanism, I don't know what that means. Did it sound like I said paying? I don't know
I
what
think they
that
meant pan. It might have gotten autocorrector.
But yeah, definitely Pan-African. It's a Pan-African space. I love that Pan-Africanism is reaching the continent the way it is. I do know that not all Africans are Pan-Africans, but most Africans on the continent and off are Pan-African, whether they know it or not. They don't know, but it's popular culture to be a Pan-African now. Many of us are, and we just don't.
Oh my bad.
Yeah.
I have a
Okay.
question.
I'm African.
You said what?
No, somebody said I'm African. I said I'm African too.
Oh.
Go ahead, Tia.
I just want to give a disclaimer that this question is not based on myself. This is a question that I've heard several times, and I'm just curious as to how you would respond to it. How do you respond to people who say that Pan-Africanism has yielded nothing beneficial?
That's a lie.
I was in a live, was it last night or the night before? And I had to leave because the level of ignorance was just starting to make my head hurt. But somebody said this in that room. They was like, it's BS. It ain't blah, 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 blah. But I've heard this multiple times. I don't know if D's still there, but people used to say it a lot when we used to run rooms on Clubhouse too. So I was just curious.
I mean, if you want to be the most stoic, like, harsh critic out there, you could say because we're not liberated yet that it hasn't done anything. But that's like saying if I locked you in a basement, or maybe I put you in my basement, right? And the door was not locked. But if you wanted to get out, you had to get out on your own. That's like saying standing up and walking towards the door hasn't helped you because you haven't walked out the room yet. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you standing up, if I tell you, here's a plan, let's stand up and walk over to the door. And you're like, well, I took 2 steps and it didn't help me. I'm still in bondage. Like, that sounds ignorant. Like, no, you just got to keep walking. Like, Pan-Africanism has prophesied neocolonialism on the continent. If anything, just that alone, Kwame Nkrumah, if like you look up who he was, he warned Africans on the continent that they needed to not get used to their national identity. After they got liberation from their colonizers in like the 50s and the 60s, he warned them. He said, "Oh, y'all are going to get used to the sounds of 21 guns and not come together and unite as a people." 21 guns meaning the militaries that the African leaders would get. 1957, that's right. That's right. Thank you, Kofi. Appreciate you. And then, of course, the Ghanaian is going to know. So, yeah, he was warning people that the African leaders are going to start to think for their countries and not their people. And so he warned them that neocolonialism would come, that they would get used to being, I'm from this country, you're from that country, we're not the same. We're not the same either. And dividing up Africa. And it happened just as he said. It happened exactly as he said. You know, so it's like, then you've got, you know, many different avenues and philosophies and things that came from it. But I guess if you want to say it hasn't it hasn't been fully realized, that's, I guess you could say it hasn't yielded the result that it has sought to achieve yet, but it has done something Africans have never done in their history. The one thing that African diasporans, specifically African Americans, do better than any other African people on earth in history. One thing that we have done as African Americans, what gives us such a special place in the diaspora, is that we have identified ourselves with the entire continent. We identify as part of the entire continent. Before colonization, there was no one word for Africa, because Africa even is a Greek word. It has Greek origin. There was Al-Kabulan, but this word was not used by all Africans, but there was a word that is indigenous to Africa. It sounds Arabic, but it doesn't mean anything in Arabic. Arabic speakers can corroborate that word doesn't mean anything in Arabic, but it sounds Arabic because of the al. But according to Dr. Sheikh Antajup, that is the only indigenous word of the motherland. Yeah, see, look, there goes somebody that doesn't speak Arabic saying that it means something in Arabic, but it doesn't. But anyway, the thing about it is there was no one popular term used by all Africans. So they had no core identity for everyone on the continent until people from outside the continent came and said, y'all are all Africans. Y'all are all these people. And so as African Americans, because our ancestors come from all over the continent, and because our ancestors are, you know, we had some from the Ashanti, we had some from, you know, Benin and some Yoruban and some Igbo and all these other, you know, Hausa and you know, Khoisan and, you know, we're from all, they didn't care. Our oppressor did not say, oh, you're all from the same tribe. We'll make sure to only breed you with people from your tribe. They didn't give a damn. And they mixed us all in. So we became one African people. And so we're the first Africans in history, hundreds of thousands of years of history, to have a claim to the entire continent of Africa and identify ourselves as African in that context. Everyone else can say, I'm African, I'm from Africa, but they'll also have a collective identity from within the society they grew up, the village they come from, the people they come from. You know, and so that's what gives us a special place, is that, yeah, we're the great experiment of whether or not Africans can truly unite. Africans uniting has never happened. We were always divided. We started to unite, and that unity was disrupted by colonization. And we never got the chance to unite like the Europeans did. So now, as African Americans, I think it is our job to help brothers and sisters on the continent unite, and that is by teaching them about how unity can work to our benefit, and they teach us about the many cultures and customs that we come from, our heritage. Yeah.
I've been on some panels lately, like in some rooms. There's one called, I don't really know if any people know who he is, but Global Citizen. But he's had some discussions where he'll talk about colonization in Africa. He'll talk about
Yeah, I know him. He a good brother. From
yeah.
what I've heard.
Yeah.
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 He on the continent.
Yep. And it's really interesting hearing like a lot of the similarities that we experience, but also the differences, but straight from them, not from like through the news where you're missing pieces of the story or not getting the true, knowledge of what they're experiencing. Because a lot of times too, from what I'm observing, and this is very early on for me, I plan on engaging a lot more with people that are on the continent.
Yeah.
But it's interesting hearing their experiences versus their government's experience. I think that for me is really key when I'm listening to the conversations. And today they got into the discussion of Christianity. It got a little heated. He keeps it very respectful in there though. So I do appreciate that. But no, I joined his platform, both of his pages, and I've been listening in daily. And he's on for a long time too.
Yeah.
And he'll
Yep.
cycle a lot of people through from a lot of different places, different backgrounds, different experiences. So when I have time, I'm always just sitting. I have his panel playing, and I'll just listen in, along with a few others. But
Yeah,
I enjoy it. I enjoy the conversation.
I've been on his platform, and when I see him up there, I try to show some love. I I've never heard him describe himself as Pan African, but a lot of I think his core beliefs are rooted in Pan Africanism because I usually see his space as somewhat of a unifying space, and whenever my chest starts to get a little tight from what someone is saying, he corrects them kind of or either that or has someone there to kind of put them back in check. So I think he is Pan African. So yeah, he's a good brother. What's going on, Africa Debunked?
Hey, sister. Hey, everybody, how you doing, brother legend? I think when you're online, one of the things I think sisters heard that the idea that Pan-Africanism has never achieved anything, or that Pan-Africanism is a kind of a dead ideology, and it's just like, says I think I think when you're well read on like modern African history and the modern history of Black people, people telling you that is an insult to your intelligence because it's an insult because it's so contrary to the mountain of evidence to suggest otherwise. So like if you look at like even in living memory, what has Pan-Africanism done? Like Pan-Africanism was key in ending apartheid. What was it that ended apartheid? Apartheid in South Africa didn't end because white people wanted to let go of power. It ended because the African continent had trade embargoed the apartheid regime into oblivion. They had made the apartheid regime a pariah state. The African countries, their neighbors, were harboring like ANC members. Like the situation had become untenable because of Pan-African cooperation. If you look at the Second Liberian War, how did it come to an end? It was ECOWAS peacekeeping troops that came in and ended that war. Like it's
He about to go in. I know he knows more of the geopolitical. Go ahead, brother.
Even if you say, oh, okay, what has it done from an American perspective? Martin Luther King, when did he start his work, his civil rights work? He was inspired because he went to Ghana and he saw in his own letters, he says that he was inspired by Nkrumah and like he saw the parallels between what the Ghanaian people were going through under their independence struggle and what black Americans were going through in with our civil rights. And that's what inspired him to become Martin Luther King that we all know. Like when people say these things,
You going in?
I just want to clarify that question was not from my opinion. This is not my opinion, and the
Oh no,
analogy.
no, sis.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just want to clarify. I've had this argument plenty of times with people, and I've done a lot of traveling. And the one thing that I've seen, because I focus a lot of my travels on places where Black people live, I see the same group of usual suspects in all the places. They're all pictured together because all of these people were working across the diaspora together. So I've seen it with my own eyes, and carry on.
But yeah, Africa, give her continue doing what you were doing. Give her the knowledge so that when she confronts these people, she can speak from a place of truth.
Oh,
I think,
people
sister. I think the
was
first thing
asking because I
whenever
wanted to
somebody
hear what
tells
she was
you
gonna say.
like Pan-Africanism has never done anything, ask them how did the apartheid regime end. Just that should be the end of the conversation, because really the apartheid regime, if African countries had not made South Africa a pariah and had done a continental-wide trade embargo on the apartheid state, that's why they were getting arms from Israel, because the entire continent had moved against the apartheid regime. Like, and this is 30 years ago. These people, when they say these things, it's indicative that they don't read into Black history, that they don't care, that they're just trying to spread like these divisive narratives. That like even like stuff from living memory would debunk like what they're talking about. And like I would say to you, like, even as like Black Americans, you can currently apply for Ghanaian citizenship, Sierra Leonean citizenship. Kenya are starting a citizenship that is available specifically to like Black Americans. And like, even if you look at like, if you're a Black American or you're like a descendant of slavery from the Caribbean, you look at like who are the countries who have apologized for slavery? Like even in their minor role in their junior role in slavery, because they were not the architects of slavery. The only people who have showed remorse, the only people who have showed like a human remorse, are the African states. It's what? Why is it like Benin, Ghana, Uganda? Why is it only African states that have apologized? Like, why is it the country that you're in hasn't apologized? Why isn't it Canada hasn't apologized? Why isn't it the UK hasn't apologized? France, the Netherlands, none of these countries have even like postured to say sorry. I think it's really important. Like when we like that. I think what you see when you see like Black people who rally against Pan-Africanism is unfortunately the saboteur element that we've had to deal with since time immemorial.
Since back
That saboteur element. So like during slavery, where like some people didn't want to be emancipated, they wanted to go back to the plantation. During slavery, where you had like these what's it called again? These mercenary groups who were trying to enrich themselves, kidnapping people. Like what we had during the civil rights movement, where there was people actively moving and writing against Martin Luther King, against Malcolm X, against the Black Panthers. There were like throughout history, we've always had that saboteur element, and we have to be able to navigate them. And like in the arena of like ideas and facts, they lose because like what they're talking about is fundamental. Like they're not engaging from an honest place, and it's bad faith. A lot of it is bad faith narratives. Bad faith telling someone that Pan-Africanism has never achieved anything is a bad faith narrative because it's just factually incorrect. Like it's not even really something you should be debating against. It's just like no, because of A, B, and C. Can we move on?
I think the real question is, what African liberation movement has achieved more than Pan-Africanism? That's the real question.
That is a better question. What instrument of liberation have we had over the last 100 years that has done more than Pan-Africanism?
Right. Yeah. That's
because what in the individual wealth hoarding has not done more than Pan-Africanism. Tell me, has Jay-Z done more for Black people than for Pan? No, come on, let's talk about like individual wealth hoarding. If we're talking about capitalism, because we have multiple Black billionaires. Rihanna's a billionaire. Kanye West is a billionaire. Jay-Z is a billionaire. Has individual wealth hoarding done more than Pan-Africanism? No. Has voting done more than did Obama do more? Did Trump do more? Did Clinton do more? So like, what are we talking about? What instrument have we had as Black people that has done more than Pan-Africanism? And then you step back and think, oh, okay. When you look at it from that perspective, you think, oh, there's a clear gap between Pan-Africanism and other things that we've been doing.
Yeah. And then when you look at history, Dr. Sheikh, thank you. Wait, hold on. Let me give thanks to my brother. That's facts. And then when you look at history, what was I gonna say? Darn, I was gonna say something. I forgot. When you look at history, oh yes, the thing that Dr. Sheikh Dijup says, the reason why our ancestors were colonized so easily, the reason why they were able to sell our bodies so easily, is not because our ancestors were incapable of fighting back, or just were inept, or not smart enough. You know how they try to make us seem like we're unintellectual, but it was because we had so much diversity on the continent. The Eve gene is it creates diversity, by the way. That's why genetically, even, we're the most diverse ethnic group, or race people on the planet. And that diversity played against us because we didn't see ourselves, like I said earlier, as just one people. So we're easily divided. It was like, nah, you're different than those. They're patrilineal over there. You're matrilineal. You know what? How about this? You sell us them, or we'll give them guns and they'll sell you to us. Which one do you want? And it was that easy to just cause chaos on the continent. And they're doing it to this day in the Congo. They're doing it to this day. Another thing that played against us, the ancestors were not from a hostile environment where they had to hunt to eat. There was hunting, but they didn't have to hunt to eat. We came from an agricultural society. That being the case, xenophilia is also a part of our ancestors' ancient culture, where we were more inviting to people from outside. When you saw them, there was no contest. There's plenty of food growing out the ground. Like, we got everything we need here. We got fine linen. Like, we're good. Like, right? Everyone's good. Okay, cool. Everyone just got to do their job. Everyone has a role. Everyone has a place. Everything's kind of just running. We have democracy. We do have the leader of the community, but if we got a problem with what they say, then there's a mother that will hold a vote that will get him up out of here. Like, it's just like different mechanisms. And so, unfortunately, they were able to divide us up and conquer, which is what they did. And so that's the thing.
I think unfortunately the kind of the almost kind of tragic kind of it's almost tragic in how it's counterintuitive. But I think our humanity as Africans subsequently played against us, because if you look at Africa as a region, it's the most hyper-diverse region in the world by far. And if you look at other regions, and I think our hyperdiversity suggests the peacefulness of our ancestors. True. I'll tell you. I'll explain to you why. If you look at other parts of the world, there is not hyperdiversity. So if you look at Europe, most of Europe, they speak Latin languages. Most of Europe is Christian. That's not a coincidence. That's because the Romans militarily came and imposed Christianity and their language and their genetics, and they spread it throughout Europe. So there's not that much. If you look at France is not anywhere near to Portugal, but the languages are mutually intelligible because the Romans, they spread across Europe. Likewise, if you look at Eurasia, they have Mongoloid DNA spread across Eurasia. Why? Because Genghis Khan and his Mongol hordes absolutely came through the entire of the Eurasian subcontinent, and they dominated and imposed their DNA and their genetic code throughout the region. If you look at the Middle East, there is not diversity. It's Arab, there's Arab all over the Middle East, and they are all Islamic. Why? Why is there not hyperdiversity the way there is in Africa? Because you had the caliphates after Muhammad's death spread out throughout the region and impose their religion and their linguistics. If you look at Africa with over 3,000 ethnic groups and languages, that's it. You could not have had an empire as we know, like spread out throughout Africa. You couldn't have had a military force spread out through Africa, because they would have spread their genetic code, they would have spread their religion, they would have spread their language, And you don't have that in Africa. In Africa, you have massive hyperdiversity. You have, like, in countries like Nigeria, you have over 300 different languages. You can't have 300 different languages in that kind of regional space unless there was a level of peacefulness for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years to enable that kind of diversity to spread. I think, like, when you look at, like, and I think, unfortunately, that has been used against us. The fact that our ancestors, because we didn't have marauding empires, like, spread throughout the continent, like, so we have one language and one religion that you could unite us. I think, unfortunately, the hyper that and it's sad because it's counterintuitive, because I think the hyper diversity is something to be celebrated, but unfortunately, it was definitely weaponized against us.
Africa debunks yet again, man. Yo, man, brother, I hope you are making content. I'm gonna say that again because I'm definitely gonna be using you as a resource. You have some amazing insight into some of this stuff, and it's all things, once again, that I've read and learned about. But the way you have of connecting the dots to reveal another truth is amazing. That is factual. If it, as we know, like you said, with over 3,000 different ethnicities, that's a peaceful ass people. Those are some peaceful ass people, and that's what we say when we say to white tea folks here in America, like, they're always afraid that we're gonna do to them what they've done to us. We don't got it in us. We're peaceful people. We say it all the time. That's because what that brother Africa just said, that's what we come from. That's what we're made of. We're peaceful people. And that's why sometimes it's to our detriment, but we're doing the great experiment of Pan-Africanism is, can we look past our diversity and come together? Because like he said, violence does bring people together. And we've been through it for 400, 500 years now. At what point are we going to say it's time to come together and keep our diversity? That's the other thing, though. We can keep the diversity. I, as a Pan-African, as a someone who's learning more and more every day about African spirituality, I've learned that diversity is the strength of Africa, and it's the reason why we don't need no non-black spouses. In our, like, we diverse just by ourselves. A room full of African people is way more diverse than a room full of anyone else, because if you got a bunch of Finlipians in the room, genetically, they all damn near got the same cousin somewhere. So if you want diversity, you don't gotta look no further than African people. We don't need nobody else for nothing. And yeah, let's get together. That's the point. Nexus D Music, what's going on? Give us your
Yeah.
age, race, and pronouns, please.
I'm 18. You said race too?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm black. He him.
All right, talk to us.
So, really, honestly, my parents are Nigerian. So I kind of have a little bit of understanding from. I would say too much because I've never been to Africa, but I kind of have a little bit of understanding.
What society? What civilization? I hate the word tribe, but you know what know what I mean.
Yeah. My parents are Igbo. My parents are Igbo.
All right, talk to us.
So I think from kind of the community that I grew up in, because I spoke with other people who are also Nigerian and Ghanaian as well. A lot of their parents kind of have the same sentiment, where I think they kind of look down. I would say look down on Africa, but there's a lot of problems in Africa that they talk about, and a lot of them. Their parents as well won't even let them go to Africa, right? They say, things of, there's a lot of corruption there. The police are very corrupt. The leaders are very corrupt. And then also when they come here, a lot of them, kind of hate on other American black men, right? So and women as well. So I really think that to kind of, I guess, bring the community together, I think we kind of have to rid our way of ourselves, kind of the stereotypes from different groups of Black people from different parts of the world. So
I think one thing that triggers many African Americans is when we see that happen, because it reinforces what our white captors told us about ourselves. The reason they call us Black is because they couldn't call us African and continue to enslave us. African people have the richest history of all people on the planet because life started in Africa. They have the richest culture because all culture comes from Africa. They have the richest land because all minerals can be found in Africa. So how are they going to tell you that you are subordinate to them? So they have to connect you. They have to disconnect you. Also, we were speaking languages that they couldn't understand. So if you try to capture somebody, you try to put two people in bondage, and they can both talk to each other in a language you can't speak, they can plan to do something behind your back. So you have to make them have children, then take the children away from them, and force the children to be subordinate to you, and teach the children your language, and tell them that they can never learn their mother's language. So you take away who they are. You never teach them their customs. You never teach them their language. You make sure that you call them something else, not African. You got to call them Black. You just call them. You're defined by your color, by what you look like. You have to do that in order to subjugate them and disconnect them from their roots. When African people look at us as anything other than fellow Africans, it feels like betrayal to a lot of African Americans. And I don't know, I stay out of the diaspora wars lives, but I don't know how many African Americans really speak on that. But it does, because it feels like, like even before I was into like Pan-Africanism literature and reading about my knowledge of my history, it still would have felt like, damn, so you telling me we're from there, and Marshmallow Men keep telling us you ain't one of them. I made you a new type of person. You're different. We bred you and turned you into something else. You can't. And while they continue to rob my mother, they're going to tell me that she not my mother, but she got my face. So that way I feel no allegiance to defend my mother. And it also gets reaffirmed when I look at my brother, who knows my mother better than I, and he says, that's not your mother either. We're not the same. I have it's disturbing. But one thing I've learned, especially as I've studied more and spoken to more brothers and sisters from the continent, that every one of those that feel like African Americans are not, part of the collective African, experience, there are many that do, and those are the ones that I think are more ready to unify. I think but for African Americans, we identify as Pan-African first. When we call ourselves Black, what we mean is Pan-African. What we mean is African. What we mean is my face looks like your face. We're the same people. Because I don't know what tribe, I don't know what our language was. I don't know nothing about nothing. But I know Sister Tia. I know by looking at her profile that that's my sister. And that's same thing with any African.
Brother, I think to the Nigerian brother, I think two things. I think one of the reasons why maybe, because you said you're Igbo, I think one of the reasons why maybe Igbo people specifically have maybe a specifically negative view of Nigeria or Africa in general is because I think Igbo people are traumatized people. I think Igbo people had to experience and survive one of the bloodiest African conflicts in recorded history, where over 3 years, 3 million Igbo people died, and you had subsequently the Nigerian kind of atmosphere post the Civil War was extremely anti-Igbo. A lot of Igbo people left Nigeria and went into the diaspora, and unfortunately kept a lot of the kind of the pain and hurt of their homeland being torn apart because of colonial borders that Igbo people, Yoruba people, Hausa people didn't draw up. But unfortunately, the consequences of that meant genocide, and unfortunately, people have internalized that pain and hurt. there's obviously is valid to a degree, but it explains why that pain and hurt exists. And I think in terms of like why a lot of us Africans are like they come over to the UK and and not so to the US and then they espouse anti-Black American sentiments. I think the reason why that happens is not. I think like it's important to remember that's not an African thing. If you actually go to Nigeria, like if you go to like Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, like these are some of the most pro-Black American places in the world. Like these people, like Nigerians love Black American culture. They love like black. They like if you ask the average average Nigerian, what do you think of Will Smith? What do you think of LeBron James? What do you think of Michael Jackson? These are everyday Nigerian heroes. Like these are people that Nigerians love. I think the issue is like where people like don't identify the phenomena is like the issue is not like the Africans. The issue is America. The issue is like Black African people migrating to America and drinking the American Kool-Aid because American mainstream culture is anti-Black. American history has been anti-Black. And if you want to assimilate into America, part of the assimilation process of becoming an American is adopting anti-Black sentiments towards Black Americans because that has been that way since time memorial. And I think that is where like people are missing it. It's not an African thing; it's an American thing. That's why the Asian people have issue with Black people. That's why the Latino have issues with Black people. That's why it's uniform because it's part of the American. It's part of the American doctrine. It's so like I think it's important not to make it an African issue because especially when you go to Africa, Africa's like one of the most like honestly. That's why I always say it's always important to visit Africa because you'll see more humanity in Nigeria towards you as a Black American than you was doing 99% of America. So like I think it's important like to understand like where a lot of these behaviors come from.
I mean, and thank you, honestly. I mean, because you really opened my eyes to that. But I wanted to, talk more about kind of the kind of I would say the experience because I do agree with you that when once you really are in this country, you are indoctrinated to the anti-black sentiment that most that white media is trying to perpetuate to you honestly pretty much throughout, right? You'll see I was talking with my African friend's father, and he works in the healthcare, and he's talking about how these black children are so violent, kind of don't know how to express their emotions. They and they rub off on other kids. But honestly, I was really thinking about that, and I was like, why I don't think black children are violent though. I just think that they the way that they express their emotions, they haven't really been given that the outlet to, because the black father was removed from the home by the CIA and the FBI. So I mean, it's just like a lot of the issues that I would say that are in the black community, right, are a lot of times inflicted on by other groups of people, like you were talking about, and then I think those wounded people in this country then kind of I would say how do I say this, kind of like backlash or whatever, and then the worst parts of the community, they then get highlighted, and then you get these stereotypes where black people are seen as these violent animals, right? Like how they were preaching in the 80s, and then you see black people just not being represented well in this country, especially in America. But
Yeah, true. And they show us, what they show us of Africa. And so why would they do this? That goes back to what I was saying earlier. As they rob our mother, they tell us that we not brothers and that woman that they're robbing is not our mother. Why would they do that? Because they know that the two of us could fight for our mother and that would be it for them. The whole system would break, fall apart. Sadly, we are still in the midst of our oppression. That being the case, what we're talking about may not be realized in our lifetime. The more I read about history and how long it takes to liberate a people, and I look at the state of our people, I know that after 500 years, it is time for us to be liberated. The liberation will begin now. It already has, but there's usually I'll say it like this: Stokely Carmichael, one of the founders of the Black Panther Party, Kwame Ture, who was also married to Makeba. What's her name? I forgot her first name. The singer. But what he said was the price of freedom is death. So we haven't gotten to the Miriam Makeba. I knew it started with M. I forgot. But yeah, that was his wife. So the price of freedom is death. So that being the case, what I'm trying to say is we haven't gotten to the point where I think we are willing to unalive to be free. So that lets me know where we're at in our liberation. I hope we can get there to a point where we're liberated, but I know we're not there yet. So we're still gonna have people that think these ways. In the meantime, I'm gonna be up here, the Pan-African propagandist, spreading the word to all my brothers and sisters worldwide. I'm gonna just be here to raise awareness.
And thank you for the work that you're doing. Honestly, it's really impactful for especially me, because I mean, honestly, I kind of found out more about my history and the culture, through Pan-Africanism, and learning more about leaders such as like Frederick Douglass and Malcolm X, and Martin Luther King Jr. and I think Shabazz as well. I forgot his first name, but I mean, I think a lot of times from what I've seen from like both sides, and just kind of also through my personal experiences, I think that we have to rid the stereotypes from both sides, right? I think sometimes American blacks can look at people from Africa, and and think of them as lesser or underdeveloped because they're from Africa. I mean, I remember being called an African booty scratcher at school, right? But it's just those certain stereotypes, and that I feel like if we just rid ourselves of, and then we just kind of see ourselves like who really created these things, and then we look at, oh wow, it was the white power structure who made these things, and we really come together as a people. I think a lot of the problems that we have, and we could really unite and really like take control of the world, because like you were saying, Africa is a world superpower, right? We just have to take advantage of that. And so yeah,
It's the only natural superpower.